only had one lens in your glass.
Guess we got to check all the way
Did you
around
buy them
because-
that way, or did it pop out?
Well, I bought them with two, but I popped it.
Oh.
Well, I'm waiting for eye surgery because I can't see on this eye, and if I have a lens in there, it really fucks up my brain. There's not much left of it.
Okay. Oh, I need a cut card.
Yeah, then we gotta shuffle that in.
So there's more of my brain left than the lens.
Yeah. And then
If I cover this eye up,
When you came here?
I can
no,
count.
I was in LA.
I can count the people.
Yeah,
Wouldn't have a clue.
It would only affect-
Really, you don't recognize us if you cover your good eye? Like, it's that blurry?
It's just a fog.
But
Like
Now-
St. John.
Now, if you cover your bad eye, does your good eye get clear?
this way people
No.
like one share like
I don't want to blind bet.
So I'm 1-1. Should be over within a month.
We got a straddle and a blind bet?
Blind
Holy
bet.
God, what kind of game are we running here?
Sensor. Can you throw that under sensor?
Oh, sensor, sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
See what I folded? Massive hand.
Are you kidding?
Ah, that's all called.
Call. Call. Call.
I'm scared of a tilt.
Fold.
every time you
Call.
call someone, you're supposed to raise them.
There we go. 5 players. Okay, till us first.
Check.
Check. Check. Bet a 6. Fold. Call. 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 Call first. Bet is 10.
Now, I'm just gonna say, you bet 6,
Call.
but you said you were going to check blind.
I know,
Or
but
check in the dark.
they raise it blind, so I couldn't.
Oh,
hold up
okay,
to it.
okay, okay. I'm just saying, like,
We'll only commit him to
it's the first hand, and you've already like gone against your word.
I know.
Is that how it's
I
gonna
wouldn't
be all
trust
night
him
now? Is that how it's gonna be all night now?
Check.
So you said you're training for football with the team right now, right?
Yeah.
When does football actually start?
What's the first
16.
game?
Bet is 16.
May.
The first
game. Yeah, our first game's in May.
Is all your practices in, I'm assuming everything's indoors right now,
For
right?
now, yeah.
Yeah.
When do we start our pro practice? March? Like late, or late April?
Mid-April.
Mid-April? We start going outside?
Fold.
And
Well,
yes,
good
was
for you.
good.
His hand.
Adi has to spade that, no choice.
No gift cards.
Listen,
You must be an old hag at it by now. You've been playing so many years that the off season's probably nothing to you.
Yeah, for now. I feel it though.
Are you feeling it right now? Yeah. Wouldn't consider yourself in game shape just yet, eh?
Yoga.
I do my stretching, I do yoga in the mornings.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'm still pretty flexible, but it's just like,
it's a lot.
yeah,
What an athlete.
yeah. I'm trying here. Can't be this big and beautiful doing nothing.
I know, it's tough, isn't it?
Got a straddle and play.
Now you know how I feel.
Yeah.
Yours isn't reading, Brian. Raise to 7. Can you put your cards on the sensor?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Good old OBS settings. My apologies, everybody. Thank you, Richard, for letting me know immediately in the chat. That would have been a very awkward stream with me not joining you and just kind of seeing them both moving. Didn't even catch up to his action here, but Brian, it looks like he bumped it up to $7 with Ace King. Gonna get a bunch of callers though.
Saving money.
Alright, actions to Corey.
Look at this. Corey has flopped 2 pair. He's gonna check.
Did Brian check?
I think the next person who has anything here would be Attila, who has hit mid pair here with the Queen 8 off. Colby's right. Rookie, you're right. Sorry, Colby. You are correct, sir. It's like I haven't done this before or something.
Call. Call.
So it looks like Attila is going to fire out a $12 bet. Gonna get a few callers here.
You raise me with nothing.
Sometimes nothing's enough.
Got ourselves Brad over on YouTube subbing. Thanks for that sub. Corey checking again. He's playing it a little bit slow here.
You raise me with nothing.
Sometimes nothing's enough.
There's been a ham sandwich on both boards.
There has been.
See what Corey wants to do now. $104 in the middle. Quite a few players.
That's 26.
Firing out a $26 bet. I like this bet from Corey. Somebody could still want to call you maybe with a 9. Someone's probably definitely calling you with a king here at least. And you know your 2 pairs probably good. And he does get called from Brian with the ace-king. Of course, Brian had to call there. But unfortunately, Corey's 2 pair is going to be better. Corey picking up a $156 pot. Wow. All right. This is a good indication of what this cash game is going to be like tonight. Apologize for the mic issue at the start. Richard kind of calling that one out. Got a quick fix. But yeah, we got ourselves a good cash game. Looks like I'm having a little bit of issues with Kick tonight. Trying to get some of this stuff. I have to allow access and stuff to maybe get some of this streaming stuff working. What is going on here? There we go. There we go. Can't really see the bird that way. Yeah, that's good enough. That's good enough. All right, I'm going to switch it over again to the main program. See Colby's in the chat. Richard's in the chat. Welcome. Let's see who else is there.
Cameras are offline, David?
It's just the my HDMI thing that's connected to the TV. It's not working. Call. Do Attila.
9.
That is $9. Call. Call.
Looks like we got a $9 bet from Attila. Corey has the King Jack suited.
Computer in the dark.
Let's get Kevin's Royal Flush,
All right, 4 players.
his Royal Flush challenge out here. See if he can hit one on this flop. That's a negative, ladies and gentlemen. No royal draw for Corey.
Oh, did you? Sorry. Sorry,
It's not weakness, it's a whole thing.
No, I wouldn't steal from you. I take your money,
It's 11.
but I have to win.
Brian fires out an $11 bet here with top pair.
Call.
Denise is going to make the call here. She's open-ended.
Call.
Tilla's going to call.
Call.
Wow, these pots are just building. $82 in the middle. There's the 8. 2 diamonds down on the board now for Corey. Denise has hit her straight.
Check.
But now Brian with that 10-7. A 9 will give him a bigger straight. Denise is going to try to get some value here. $16 bet. $98 in the middle. Corey's getting the correct price to call here.
Call.
And
Call.
which he does. He does make the call. As does Brian. Oh, there's a great card for Corey. The ace of diamonds. That means he has the absolute nuts for this pot. $130 in the middle. See what he wants to do here. A $50 bet.
45, right?
Or maybe it was 45.
45.
$45 bet, sorry. $45 bet from Corey. Gonna put Denise in a pretty tough spot with that backdoor diamond draw. She does also have the Queen of Diamonds as a little bit of a blocker here. Might make her think that, might be a little bit less likely that he has the completed flush, which means the straight might be good, but it's only the bottom end of the straight. A 9 gives a bigger straight. Plus the flush is out there. It's a $45 bet. With that bet, there's $175 in the middle, and she's gonna make the call here. Corey announces that he has the nuts, ladies and gentlemen. The absolute nuts for Corey.
I folded 3, 4.
Picking up a $220 pot.
Like that.
Wow,
I
Corey
didn't think he was.
already on a good run.
Falling all the way.
$349. I think this is only the second hand into this cash game. Already doing extremely well.
It's always better.
Oh, Corey always loves to go after these
The
pots.
low end. At a 4.
Seems to be working out for him so far. Peter jumping in the chat over on Facebook. Blame the bird. Blame the bird for the mic issue. Yeah, yeah. You know that's a good point. Maybe the
No, I
bird
had-
should get blamed.
He had king jack.
No, we can't blame the bird. I love the bird.
Call. Call.
But I had his straight.
Alrighty,
Hard to-
moving into the next hand.
hard to
Hand number
imagine
4.
someone's gonna go runner.
Forgot to say raise.
Hand number 4.
It's all good.
Looks like Peter thought there was going to be a straddle. Looks like he's going to fire out a $2 bet. A massive min bet.
Oh, you guys didn't hear what he said then. Okay.
Here we go.
Because I'm wondering why everybody's
Out of a
asking
low
questions
stakes
if they
poker.
didn't hear what you said.
Got ourselves 7 players going to this flop. What a nice flop indeed. 998. Peter ends up having the queen 9. I guess that little min bet kind of worked out.
That is 12.
When you flop trips like that. Little $12 bet. Still a lot of draws out there. Could be, you know, a jack 10, 10-7 even, 7-6 for straight draws. Always a little bit dicey though with a paired board. Looks like Peter managed to thin the field a little bit. Still 4 players.
Lorraine is first.
Lorraine with the king 8 drawing dead here, 0%. Brian's gonna shove all in. That 6 of clubs completes his 7-5 straight. Ends up hitting that low end gut shot.
Call.
Peter is gonna make the call here.
Fold.
Unfortunate card for Peter. Not the one he wants to see. He's looking for a board pair. Oh, there it is, a board pair. The 6 comes down. Brian was all in there. Peter is going to river Brian, completing the boat. Definitely not a great card for Brian to see on the river. There was already 1 6 out there. You didn't need the other one. That just made the situation even worse.
Yeah, 345.
Half of whatever he has.
We got ourselves a rebuy
Well, it's half the big.
Half the stack. So
for the cash
half
game.
of whatever Corey has right now.
Yeah.
Curry won a big hand and didn't notice.
I'm sure Brian will get it back, no problem tonight. Yeah, Brian was at not the last cash game, but the cash game before that.
At that point, he had
Had the biggest stack at the table for
4 diamonds.
pretty much the entire
So he wouldn't-
cash game, the entire stream. Ended up doing extremely well. So let's see if he can be able to do that again tonight.
Yeah.
Run it up.
Alrighty.
Run it up, ladies and gentlemen.
Good.
Only won one of them. Still won 2 of them.
What is it saying?
Ooh, Colby's got a fun hand here with the Jack 10.
Wow.
Limpy pot.
I could have played.
Everyone's
Call. Check. Check. Right. We're good for a flop.
Oh, here we go. We got a limp pot. A massive $7 in this pot. Massive limped pot.
Lorraine is first. Check.
See what everybody has here. Looks like Colby has the best hand so far with the Jack 10. Fires out a $6 bet.
Call.
Looks like Tyler's going to call with that 10-8.
Fold. Call.
Lorraine with the Jack 8.
Without
She's
making
going to
it
fold.
obvious that I was staring. I was trying to.
Brian with the ham sandwich.
Corner of my eye and I couldn't see
The
it.
3-2. He's going to make the call here. Ooh, that's definitely a scary card.
Alright, first check.
Scary card for all these players, especially where it's a multi-way pot. Colby still thinks his Jack 10 here is the best hand, which we can see that it is. Firing out a $7 bet. Tyler's going to continue. A non-believer. Oh, that's a great card for Colby, that Jack. I mean, he has 3 pair technically. 2 kings, 2 jacks, and 2 10s, but only the Jack and Kings play.
Not even scared of the royal.
Fired a little $15 bet. Tyler is going to fold.
3 pair. 3 pair. Oh, no, you don't have 3 pair. No? Not on this board. No? No. That's weird.
Looks like I was just going to fix a camera. Colby is going to take down that pot. It's actually a little dark here. Don't you find? It's a little dark on me.
Jack deuce, that's right. That's all
That's
good
a little
for.
bit better.
all you need.
See, Lorraine is in the chat. Hi, Dave. Everyone is watching. Greetings from Lorraine. Everybody is watching. You must be at a tournament, a local tournament.
Corey Muck
Big
is in
shout
the-
out
sorry,
to
Colby Muck
everybody
is in.
watching over there.
Yeah, you're gonna get a bad
Welcome to the stream.
similarity now.
Welcome to the show.
Yes,
Got
Corey
a hell of a
Muck,
show for you guys
Colby's in.
tonight.
Yeah,
Correct.
Corey mucked my hand for me.
yeah. Reach right across the table and just wait.
Combination of bad.
Got 12 viewers over on YouTube,
Yeah,
8
touching
over
somebody
on
else's
Facebook.
cards, reaching across
Welcome
the table.
everybody. Welcome.
Yeah,
Welcome.
yeah.
You left.
It's gonna be an exciting night. Always gotta love a good stream night. Get to join you guys in the chat, watch some poker, commentate some poker. You get to see what everybody is playing here. Get some information from some of these players. Tyler, first time we've seen him on the stream. He's gonna limp in here with the 10-9.
I gave you enough last time.
It's all in for 14.
Denise is gonna shove all in here with the Ace-King.
14.
$14.
I appreciate that. Till you suck out on the river.
Attila's gonna give her a little donation here. He's gonna make the call with the
Chips
5-2
are
of
always for
clubs.
sale.
See who else wants to get involved.
Call. Call.
Lorraine is gonna make the call as well. She has pocket 8s on the button. Brian makes the call. He has the Queen Jack suited of hearts. Wow, Tyler's gonna call as well. This is actually a decent sized pot for Denise.
That's only 14.
I took my one back.
Yeah, but you still put 15 in there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you still get one back.
There, and then the rest is.
It's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. We're fine.
$72 for
Yay, put it right
Denise
over
here. That's all she
Put it
can
right here in
win.
front of me.
We got a side pot that is activated.
Must mean you're gonna win it, right?
5 players.
I hope so.
Brian's first. Check.
It's a great flop for Denise. Flopping the top pair. And does have the best hand. Everybody's gonna check.
One play together.
Definitely not a great situation for Denise where she's going up against 4 other players here with the Ace-King.
It ain't over yet.
You can see that she's only 57% equity here. But maybe this bet from Brian will thin out the field.
Fold.
See her percentage going up. Lorraine is going to fold. See if Brian can hit a jack, queen, or heart. There it is, a jack. Brian has hit trips on the river. He had a great turn card with that 6 of hearts. Ended up having a queen high flush as a backdoor.
Easy come, easy go.
Brian picking up some chips. Getting some of his chips back from that other hand. $201 for Brian. Corey's still the top stack. 347.
What, 346 for Corey, so what's half of, what's half of 350?
178.
175, right?
178.
Yeah, 175 is the max.
Yep. So I always kind of mention at our cash game, we talk about the max buy-ins and stuff. We end up to start the cash game, we do a max buy-in of $120 or half the biggest stack that is at the table. So we've seen that Corey was the biggest stack. It was about $340 or so. Basically, it's just going to be half that, right? Which is what, 170, right? My math is right. $170 for a max buy-in so far. It does keep a lot of chips on the table. Nothing. There's no money that comes off the table, so it all kind of stays on here. So it's nice to.
All in 46.
The stacks do get big. Looks like it's Attila's turn. He's going to shove all in here. $46, pocket 4s.
That's what it is, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird when
It's under 50, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Just chump change on the poker table.
It's a call.
Tony is going to make the call here with the king jack offsuit. Lorraine's going to fold the king 10. There goes one of Tony's kings. Pocket threes for Colby. Colby folds.
I want this highlight.
Tyler folding the 10-4 of clubs. Ace jack now for Seb in the straddle.
You let that go. King all right? 10. It was Kobe lets 3 go weeks King ago. 10. I don't know. I can't watch the rest then. I'll shut it off. He didn't even make it through the rest of that.
Seen that Tony call with the king jack. Let's see if Seb is going to be able to do it with the ace jack. He is out of position.
I'll
to
tilt
the
all
players,
over
though.
again.
Which one? When the last time you were here? Yeah, when you and I played.
What it is?
46, yeah.
Yeah,
46, yeah.
definitely big. Well, it was right at the end, so
So
luckily.
44 more.
Yeah. But yeah, the King's breakthrough was. It was okay after that. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh.
It's a raise.
Looks like
The
Seb
green
is...
is just the band name,
Call.
so
Oh,
we're-
it's a call. Yeah, sorry. I just looked.
Seb is going to make the call.
Uh,
Wow, we got 4 players. 4 players going to this flop. What a pot for
I
Attila.
was sitting next to you.
$188 in the middle for him. All he can win, and then we have another side pot activated.
How many for the bum?
Oh, no, 3, because he straddled.
Was that?
you, that's right. I can sorry.
Just committed to call at this point.
Thanks.
Permitted, yeah.
4 players.
Oh, look at that. Attila smashes his set on the flop. Great flop for him.
Check. Check.
82% to beat all of these players here. Oh, but that diamond, definitely a sweat.
Comma, Attila.
Seb has the nut diamond, the 8th of diamonds in his hand. Tony has the king of diamonds, the second nuts
You're like, what?
for the diamond draw.
Somebody say my name? I knew you were going to do that. I was hoping anyway.
Check.
I was hoping somebody would.
Seb deciding to play it a little bit slow here. He does have top pair as well on this board. Doesn't want to add any more chips to the pot. And he allows Brian to get there. Now Brian has a set of 2s.
Yeah, brilliant.
Good luck.
Takes me a little bit to get into the groove.
Yeah,
But Attila still has the set of 4s. Attila with the best hands. See what Seb. He didn't go for value on the turn, but he decides he's going to go for some value on the river. Not great timing, though. Not with Brian behind with the set of 2s.
Maybe a nuts.
he's good.
Call.
Definitely got a flush.
And it looks like Brian is going to make the call here.
Oh, on the river. Yikes.
Attila is the winner here.
You win the side pot.
Oh!
Set of 4s. Wow, I like
Looking
that.
like Attila
Off that against
picking up a nice sized pot.
$3.
I knew I should have folded him at ace jack before flop.
Fortunately,
That's why I said
4s are still over.
Unfortunately, Seb couldn't make that happen. Decided to go for some value on the river. It ended up being a terrible river card, which is hard to see with the pocket. It was a 2, after all. Not a scary card on the board. It didn't complete any kind of flushes or anything.
Well, as soon as
but
he said if you have a
he
flush,
decided to
you
go
win,
for
I
some
thought,
value on the
uh-oh.
river anyway. Fortunately for him, Brian caught up with the set of 2s.
You might be in a little bit of trouble.
Very bad luck.
2 pairs, no good there.
Colby in the chat saying a tight fold with the pocket 3s. I imagine that's what you're talking about, Colby. Colby folding the pocket 3s. Kind of worked out, though. Action is to Attila. The ace 9 of clubs decides to bump it up to $7.
I don't like that.
I like this plan.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Ori with pocket kings.
Raise, 27.
Seems like more than
Bumping it up to
More than
$27, a 3-bet. We are now heads up here.
It's up to me.
Yep.
Attila with the ace 9 of clubs.
20 more, eh?
Looks like he's decided he's going to see a flop here. Corey definitely doesn't want to see an ace on this flop. That would not be good. Fairly good flop for Corey.
Brian, if you had
That's 20.
waited, you would have got quads.
Deuces wild, actually. So.
Not a good flop for Attila. I mean, he does only have ace high, but does he believe that Corey has the queen here? Disbelieved Corey all around. We see a 10 and a 6 came down turn river.
Sandwich? That would be a good hand.
Someone was calling for the ham sandwich.
Kings is nice hand.
The ham sandwich, but no, Corey had much better than the ham sandwich. Had the Cowboys.
They're just rubber.
Really only worried,
They don't hit
I accidentally hit.
really only worried about a
Darkwing
bigger
Duck.
pocket pair or something, or him having a 2 there.
That
Great flop, absolute
But I do
great
like
flop for him.
Darkwing Duck. I like that.
Darkwing Duck. Does anyone remember Darkwing Duck?
Yes.
I love that.
Darkwing Duck. Indeed. Indeed.
Moving into the next hand.
Sounds like my second
I
marriage.
think I should do it.
That's not good.
It's true though.
Sure, no, really?
That's why it lasted less. That's why it lasted only a year.
Got ourselves a limp. Lots of limping.
That is 11.
Corey says that's the end of that.
Call.
He's gonna fire out an $11 bet here with the ace-10. Punish those limpers, Corey. That's what we always say. Punish those limpers.
First one lasted 2. Second one lasted 1.
Call.
No respect though. Getting called by all 4 of those players.
What's that? They must have been paid? Yes. You're absolutely correct.
Oh no.
They must have been. God bless them.
Wow, what a great flop for Lorraine, spiking the top 2 pair. A little bit of scary spades out there though. Corey's going to continue the aggression, betting a $13 bet.
But since it's being recorded and put on TV, I would.
Lorraine's going to make the call. Now the pot is heads up.
Heads up. Huh?
I was just kidding.
I understand.
At
that.
6
I could tell by the
completes
smile on your face when you said
some possible open-endeds.
Come on. There we go.
it was obvious.
Option is now to Corey. He's going to check.
Like
26 $26 bet from Lorraine. Definitely looking for some value here.
Nice bet.
Doesn't look like Lorraine has much behind. Corey's gonna fold.
Yes, put down that river so Corey can check it out tomorrow. Oh, except we're giving it to Lorraine now.
Oh yeah. And it said it's
Gee,
eight.
it's just that so used to giving it to Corey.
Corey's still the
Just
top
giving him
chip
the-
stack.
Giving him the pots no matter what.
$352 for Corey. That didn't take much of a dent out of him at all. See if Corey can retain that chip stack for the remainder of this stream. Corey has been doing quite well on a lot of streams. Very rare do we see him down any kind of money as a crusher at these cash games. Let's see what he can make happen tonight.
Alright, got a straddle in play.
Yeah. It did haunt you forever.
Here we go. Hand number 10. Action is to Peter. He's going to fold. Brian with the 10-6 suited. Going to call for $2. Seb is going to call with the king-queen on the button.
Call. Option.
Tony punishing those limpers. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Tony punishing those players for limping in. Making a bet here of $17 with 10-8 off. In the straddle. Fortunately, it doesn't get any of the players away. But you gotta applaud the effort. Punish those limpers. I'm rooting for Tony this hand. 10-8. Let's have it. Let's see something on this flop. Not so good though, unfortunately. $85 in the middle. Tony putting on maximum pressure. $48 he's shoving into that pot. Doesn't really look like anybody has anything either. Let's see if Tony can take this down. Needs to get a Tilla to fold, and he does. Tony takes down that pot, ladies and gentlemen.
Ham sandwich no good on that board.
No
Tony.
ham sandwich there.
Tony has punished those limpers. Here we go. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Tony going for maximum pressure with that all in on that dry board with the paired board. Great spot to shove. Nobody had anything. Awesome. Well done, Tony. Well done.
Button moves?
Yeah, didn't move yet.
Thank you.
That was button.
Tony has certainly showed up to play tonight.
Card fell on my-
Which one thing actually we should mention, it was Tony's birthday.
Yeah,
So happy belated birthday to Tony.
I just don't want to screw things up for you, that's all.
This hand's gonna be.
Only 25 years old.
Someone's gonna raise.
I guess you put your hand on a buzzer again.
No, it'd be 6, 3, 2.
It's like Brian is going to bump it up to $6 here with Jack 6 of diamonds.
Call.
50's over the line.
Call.
Never a wasted dollar. You got information on
See
it.
what Corey wants to do here. It's only $4 more for him to call. He is going to call, as is Lorraine. We do have ourselves a big multi-way pot. $44 in the middle. 7 players going to see this flop.
7 players.
Pull up a hill, Bay. Plenty of room.
Queen Jack 7.
That was first.
Check.
Brian ends up hitting the pair of jacks. Looks like nobody has a queen.
Check as well.
It's hard to believe that Brian has the best hand here. That equity is pretty spread out. Tilla has flopped a gut or an open-ended with the 10-9. Brian's going to bet $13. Try to thin out this field a little bit.
Call.
It's like Tyler is going to make the call with the King 2.
Call.
Surrender.
Corey with the King 7. He's going to make the call here with the bottom pair. Lorraine open-ended as well with the King 10.
Counterbalance.
Looks like it didn't thin out the field that much. It just did, all it did was build the pot. $109 in the middle. See what develops on the turn. The 2 of clubs. That does give Tyler the pair of 2s, but not in great shape here. He's essentially
That is 15.
drawing dead, almost. Says he's 0%. That must mean that a 2 was folded somewhere.
Call. Fold.
Looks like Attila is going to try to build the pot here.
Call.
Or Brian's going to build the pot by betting $15. Attila calls. Lorraine calls as well. There's a queen on the river. Hard to believe that Brian, on a turned river with this multi-way pot, actually has the check marks to win this hand. Nobody has a queen. Fires out a $20 bet. Attila and Lorraine have missed their draws.
Such a good bluff.
Fold.
Lorraine is going to fold. Brian picking up a good size pot. Wow, $189. Brian just trailing behind Corey now for top stack at the table. Brian making a nice comeback.
Laughing tomorrow.
Right, brother?
And big draws.
And big draws. Sorry, the
What
odd time
a
that you
pot
decide to bluff.
indeed. Wow, that started building and building. Couldn't get the players with the draws out. Just blank cards, blank turn, and I mean pairing the board on the river with the queen. Nobody had a queen.
I love
A bit
that.
shocking there to see a jack as the best hand, but
Like, because then you would have got
it's like
a
Brian
little
recognized that
itty
it was the best hand, going for some value, as no one showed really any kind of aggression with their
That's a ham
draws.
sandwich, Brian, too.
I thought about going hard with it, but
Yeah, it's starting to become popular at the casino.
just for doing
It is, too. People don't even call it by its name.
Are they really?
Yeah, they are, yeah.
That's awesome. I love it.
Lorraine bumping it up here to $7 with ace 10 under the gun.
I'm gonna edit Wikipedia and add that.
Wikipedia.
No one in Atlantic Canada is the ham sandwich.
Well, I don't know about Atlantic Canada. Possibly just
Sounds like
Moncton.
a fish sandwich.
Possibly just Moncton, but it's still.
We'll get 2 cards. We'll
Brian
tell
is
you
going
it's
to call
fish
with the
sandwich, and
7-3
she'll
suited.
look for 45 minutes.
Always got to love those little suited cards. Corey's going to call with a 7-2.
What?
He is on the under the gun straddle, right? You got to defend your straddle.
I
You
should have
lie
believed
to
you.
a girl once and you get laid.
$30 in the middle.
You get labeled as a liar. Yep, you're
Pretty
right.
good flop for Attila. Open-ended with the Jack-8.
Good thing.
Great flop for Lorraine, hitting the top pair, top kicker. Betting $16.
Gotta be careful. Watch your P's and Q's, what you say.
Call.
Especially where Tony.
Attila's going to continue. Can't blame him here with the open-ended.
Yeah.
That 9 is no help. Lorraine does not look worried whatsoever. Firing out a $22 bet. Trying to get Attila to put some money in here. $76. Attila shoves all in. Lorraine quickly putting the remainder of her stack in. Got ourselves an all-in situation. Lorraine is going to get the check mark here with the 10, the pair of 10s and the 9s. With the ace kicker, Attila just missing his draw. Lorraine picking up a good sized pot. $188.
45, 48,
Getting that stuff counted. It's good to see everybody in the chat. We've seen Lorraine in the chat and Colby as well as Peter. Welcome, welcome. Richard was in the chat. If you guys are in there, let me know who's watching. Say hello. You don't have to chat with me if you don't want to, but you can say hi. It gives me an idea who's watching, who's maybe who's local, who's maybe maybe there's some people from across the world. We've seen quite a few people from, I think Bulgaria was one of them, a couple people from Florida and Alberta. So big shout out to all those people tuning in, regardless of where you guys are watching. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the AOP community, where we run the only low stakes cash game on the internet. Live cash game. You know, people play 1 cent, 2 cents online all the time. All right, we should be moving into the next hand here.
okay.
Topsy says, what are the blinds that you'll see at the top right corner? The blinds are $1, $1. We're on hand number 13. We do $1, $1 cash game with the option of 1 under the gun straddle.
That's 7.
Colby's going to bump it up to $7 here with pocket 7s. Brian just limped in with the pocket jacks. Ooh, dangerous.
Call. Call.
Looks like that $7 bet is going to work out, though. It's going to build up some pots. Let's see if Brian's going to decide to go for a 3-bet here. There is quite a few other players that are in the pot.
Actually, Brian. $7.
47.
He's going to go for a 3-bet,
Raised to 47.
making it $47. $40 more for Colby to continue. Usually in a situation like this, if you can get the first person to fold, usually the others follow suit behind. But let's see what Colby does here with the pocket 7s. He doesn't look too happy about it, and he throws it away.
Fold. Fold.
Not happy with the situation. See what Tony wants to do on the button. Has the king 4 off. The good sized bet. Definitely a nice 3-bet. It looks like the limp 3-bet kind of worked out. Seems to be the little limp 3-bet seems to always show strength. Tony's going to recognize that, and he's going to let it go. But either way, Brian's picking up a nice sized pot with just that 3-bet. We see king, queen would have came down, and we've seen Tony who actually would have flopped trips on that hand. But you can't make the call there with the king 4, unless you were just trying to take advantage of your position.
Timestamp.
Can't be so results oriented in a situation
Fast
like
forward
that.
to this moment.
But a great 3-bet from Brian with the pocket jacks. That's my favorite hand. But people that don't know, pocket jacks. I know people always tell me that pocket jacks is a terrible hand and they hate it. The most hated hand of all time, and I love it. That is my favorite hand. See, Topsy
Maybe you're thinking
saying,
that every time.
where is this located? We're located in Moncton, New Brunswick.
Blinds a plus, you never know.
Moncton, New Brunswick.
Was an ace. We had an ace and ace and I lose. Maybe.
We got a straddle in play.
For 92.
Denise now with the pocket jacks, just gonna shove the $92 in.
Whatever.
It's only about $5 in the pot? $8 in the pot? Gonna shove all in. Wow, Attila waking up with ace-king suited. He's gonna make the call. Looks like Denise is getting her wish. She did get a caller. For somebody to call that size of a bet, you know that they have to have something good. Ace-king suited. Looks like the rest of the players are gonna get out of the pot. Got ourselves a nice little coin flip situation. So far, so good for Lorraine, or for Denise. The queen 10. Oh, there's the ace on the river. Very unfortunate for Denise.
Every time on
That
the river
ace.
so far.
Ace has not been nice.
All right.
Although that 10, it did come down. You know, that's why it's always kind of good to see all 5 cards, especially with a hand with like ace king. You know, we've just seen that Attila just hit the ace on the river. There's a good chance most of the time you're just going to miss with ace king. A lot of people tend to try to play it passively pre-flop.
Do what?
You know, the odds that you're going to end up hitting on that flop with an ace king are really not that good. We did see on the turn though. The 10 ended up coming down on the turn. That actually gave Attila a few more outs. Now Lorraine could not hit her jack because she would have gotten, or Attila would have ended up hitting the straight with the ace king.
It might not have worked in that
So it
situation.
did add some outs.
The odds are
Topsy
more
says,
off than
"How can I get in this game? I'm from Halifax." It's kind of a private game.
I'm raising.
I don't just let anybody into the game. But you know, you never know. Yeah, you never know.
Tyler? Hold. Hold.
Call.
Call.
I'll let you off the hook this time.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Only because I want to go have a call.
I just want to make it 10.
$10?
Corey's going to limp in on the
Tony,
button
would you bring
with the
me some
7-6.
water?
But Brian's gonna say, nah, let's play a decent sized pot here. He's gonna bump it up to $10 here with the ace-8 off in the big blind. Denise is gonna make the call here with the 8-6 off.
Oh, thank you.
I just did that
How
because
sweet.
I don't think you straddled her.
Is that because you sucked out on the river?
That's the only reason I did it.
I just see it.
Oh,
Definitely an
absolutely. I
interesting
don't blame you
flop.
for the call.
Brian's ace high is actually the best hand. All the players
Sucks that
had
it was on
missed.
the river.
Let's see who wants to play the aggression game here. Try to pick up this $34 pot. Looks like it's going to be Corey, $16 bet. Brian, a non-believer, actually making the call here with the ace-8. He does have the best hand. Jack of hearts on the turn. Still no help.
Effing Jack.
Brian, I mean, has hit some sort of gut shot here. Needs a 9. Corey
Always
seems a
wants
little
to
bit
be
worried.
Jack.
Doesn't want to put any more money into this pot. Seems like he may have given up.
Of course, there's also a queen, a 10, and a jack, and he would have gave a straight, so.
Brian's
much
going
for
to
that
check
here.
and see what Corey wants to do here. Is he going to take another stab at it?
Didn't really need
$66
but-
in the middle.
You were quick, Tony.
I kind of come back and get Attila's money.
Corey obviously knows he can't win this hand unless he
You didn't wanna
bets,
miss
but
that.
It's none of
is
these
he just going to give up, or is he going to...
You never believe me, brother.
You gonna try to take a stab at it?
He's caught on to the #1 rule.
Peter in the chat saying the flop cam looks good tonight, no glare. I still notice a little bit overexposed, but it's definitely better. The flop camera is definitely a little bit better. So it looks like the camera lights are gonna stay where they are.
I was watching that
That's
at
good to
home.
know.
Tony
Corey
never
looks like he's
bluffs,
gonna go
as
for a
he
stab.
should.
$25 bet, and that's gonna win the pot right there. Gets Brian to fold the best hand here with ace high. Hard to believe that an ace high would be
With
good in that
nothing.
spot.
With absolutely nothing. And still pulling in the chip.
Corey
I don't
raking in the chips, $364 in his stack. See our short stack. Tyler, $35 in his stack. Seb's also pretty low, $57 for him. Always have the option to top up. But yeah, Peter, the guy, the flop cam does look a lot better. You know, as I said, it's just still a little bit overexposed. But unfortunately, I don't have the ability. I can change it in the camera, but for some reason, it always closes the app after I have it, after I change all the color correcting settings. So I kind of just have to leave it as is. You know, kind of the problems with running such a cheap setup. I say cheap. It's not cheap, but it's. You know, we'll get there. We'll get there soon. We'll upgrade some of these cameras at some point.
That's one.
It's up to you, actually.
I knew it wasn't 5.
It's like we got ourselves a limped pot.
You're right.
Dun dun
I'd go all in, but I
dun.
won't
$8 in the middle. How exciting.
Go big or go home.
Go big or go home, dear.
Ace 10 for Tyler.
Check. Check. Check.
The checking train is going around. Doesn't really look like anybody hit much. Tony looks like he hit top pair here. Corey hit top pair as well.
Bet a 6.
Oh, I gotta call these.
Tyler with a gut shot, looking for a jack for a straight. Tony's gonna fire a little $6 bet. Try to thin out this field a little bit, see who's interested in continuing. Try to keep the pot small as well.
If I get runner, both my cards, I think.
That's what I'm thinking too. I need runner too. I got a chance with runner.
I need runner.
I don't like runner, but let it
Those
go.
black spaces are just question marks.
Ooh, there's a great card for Tyler, spiking the top pair.
It's always just
All in 28.
question marks all the time.
$28.
No, thank you.
Tony says that was a terrible card. No, thank you, good sir.
Yeah, we will. We'll know tomorrow.
Not interested. Is Corey gonna pay him off though?
What, 20s?
Did he? I didn't hear that.
28. 28. You're good.
Corey folding as well.
Oh, what am I doing?
Oh, dun.
The wrong way.
Yeah.
You didn't
Accidentally
make it put it face
flipping
down.
up the
I
river.
didn't mean to put it face down. Sorry,
Drop
guys.
at the casino.
Yeah. Yeah, really, eh? It was all just.
Looks like I exposed the river card.
I
I usually keep it face down so the players can't see, but I flipped that one up by accident.
It wasn't even over, I don't think. It's like
Kind of needling some of the dealers at the casino
one of them we just
for some of the mistakes that they make. You know, dealers are human, right? We're all human. Mistakes happen. That one wasn't a big mistake, though. That was just free information for the river, I guess. The hand was over, so it didn't affect anything.
What are you doing?
absolutely cooked
At
there.
the Mountain Casino?
Yes. What?
It's a very like
place
is
is
it
still
the
there?
absolute best or
Place is so
crazy.
Yeah,
Or
I mean, what
really,
are you
really
doing?
bad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Corey mentioning that they have some phenomenal dealers at Casino New Brunswick, but also
Here's what he
some
has.
terrible ones as well. Some new dealers. You know, you got to start somewhere. But he said it's always one extreme to the other. They're either extremely good or extremely bad.
Corey will call.
It's only two.
Majority of them are very decent, though.
I knew it.
I felt
I
it.
talked him into it. Good job, brother.
Someone give me some popcorn.
Raised to 13. Call.
Looks like we got Brian bumping it up $13 on the button here with pocket nines. Gonna get Tyler to call. Tony's gonna call. Corey, now his option.
I can't influence now.
Corey's gonna throw it away. Up to Lorraine. Lorraine with the 10-7.
Tony, you owe him $2 now.
4 players going to this flop.
That would have been super. Like, oh, look at this.
Ooh, pretty interesting flop for Lorraine.
Ham
10 high flush draw.
right now.
Gonna get checked around. Brian says no more of this checking. $25.
However, the
you want to
original
continue,
ham sandwich is 2-3.
It's like it's gonna
Not
thin this
suited.
field a little bit. Now it's just Lorraine
Not
and
suited.
Brian. Lorraine's gonna make the call here.
That's
Wants to
the
see a
original.
spade on the turn.
I think suited.
Spade, but hey, you know what? Who needs a spade when you can just hit a 10? Lorraine
Ham
now
sandwich
with the best hand.
Ham sandwich deluxe.
Oh, there you go.
$35. Actually has a check mark as
Avec
well, so there
fromage.
must have been some nines that were folded. These are real-time percentages, so it does take into account what players that threw their hand in the muck are. And there, her hand improves to a flush. She ends up hitting that spade on the river, although she didn't need it.
Corey's not liking this
A
tumbler.
$50 bet.
I literally have a chart of like all the different ones.
Pretty decent-sized pot already. $227 in the middle
You have a chart
with
that you
Lorraine's
made
bet.
Yeah, on my own.
Let's see what Brian
Of
decides to
all
do.
the
There is
stuff
2 overcards down on the board. The jack and the 10 to
Right
his
in the
nines. Does he think that Lorraine might have hit one of them? We know that she has a 10.
New York steamer. I've
With
never
that
eaten
flush
it.
a little bit scary. Brian is going to let go of the nines.
Show the bluff.
Attila trying to entice Lorraine to show her hands.
Subs there, though.
You better
Says,
try.
show the bluff. Show the bluff. Unfortunately, she had no bluff
Show
card.
the bluff.
No matter what she showed there.
Is it on
They would have
Excel
figured
chart
it
or-
figured it out for sure.
That was no bluff.
Who has the time?
See, Topsy saying,
to make a
I'd love the
chart?
opportunity to come play. Yeah, usually you got to know somebody to get into the game, right?
Birthday cards for my
I know the Maritimes is a pretty
It's okay.
pretty small community for the most part, but you kind of need somebody to kind of vouch for you
Is
and
it,
all
are they
that kind of
spicy?
stuff. I know it's usually not what people want to hear, but
'Cause I don't like
you know,
spicy.
try to retain the integrity of the game, and you know, this is played in my home after a while,
I will
after all, right? So I do have to be wary. I can't just let a bunch of strangers into my house. But I'm not saying it won't ever happen, right? You know, as we said, the Maritimes is a pretty tight-knit poker community.
Me and the girls?
Oh.
I'm fucked.
Here we go, Tony.
Happy birthday to three-way with me and Lorraine.
Oh boy.
Happy,
Wow, this
happy
hand took a
freaking
different
birthday,
direction.
Tony. Three-way with me and Lorraine. Everything you've ever dreamed about.
Well then, Denise livening up the table.
I checked.
Oh, me too. Fuck. I'm scared shitless.
Looks like we're gonna check on this flop.
I'm not scared as much as I
It's a
was.
fairly interesting card now. Denise has actually hit the pair of eights. Has the best hand. Although now a 9
know, I
will
got
both
all-
give
got
Lorraine
all,
and
like,
Tony a straight.
Distracted.
You didn't want to be in my dreams, all I had was nightmares.
11.
Damn, that, he's in your three-way? What the fuck?
They're gonna do a chop chop three-way.
Wow.
Chop chop chop.
Very dirty conversations happening at this table tonight.
No, I haven't won a single pot yet tonight.
You bring your own popcorn? Hang on, the first one, that's about it.
I haven't won a single.
Denise's $11 bet. Looks like Lorraine wants to see another card that is cheap enough. 5 of diamonds, a 4-card straight down on the board.
Check.
Although we see that both players are just going to check it down. Jack 8 is going to be the hand. Wow, Denise has won.
My first pot tonight.
Oh, she claims it was her first pot of the
Well,
win today
of
here
course,
for
it's between 6 and
Denise.
10, I'm
$220 in her
Lorraine
stack.
was in
See,
the
Denise has actually
freaking
joined us in the chat. Welcome, Denise. Glad you could see that. Your first win on the table for tonight's cash game. I don't really like this light here. There we go.
That's why I checked on the river. I was like, great.
Said you're watching from Michelle's. Oh, cool. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Said it's already better than last night. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
At the casino, I went 50 blind.
Glad your luck can change.
12, 20, 24.
Looks like we got ourselves a straddle and a blind bet from Tony. Blind betting to $5.
$5. Yeah, it's fine. Blind bet of 5.
Blind bet of $5.
Corey is going to make the call here with the 7-5 suited.
Everybody in the big house. It's Tony's birthday, we'll call.
Tony's birthday.
That's why I was.
Happy birthday, big guy.
Could be Joe's birthday. Huh?
You chicken shits. No one give me my fucking action back. I was going to jam all in blind.
Nope.
I was.
We weren't
Tony is saying
yesterday.
he was going to jam blind if they open the action for him.
Still do it. Still do it.
Have the luck.
Oh, so it's on you, dear.
You can still do it.
Well, no, you guys all see the flop. That helps you.
Here, Tony. Happy birthday.
All in 48.
Ooh. Looks like Seb's going to shove all in here with the top pair of the jack.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to do that to the blind man.
$48 all in.
Then we go to the turner of the bet. Try to make him look for 10.
Tony's got a gut shot here, looking for an 8.
I respect the shove.
Yeah. I had a cup with a gutter.
Good bet. I had a gutter too. I needed the 8. What did you need? The 9?
No, I had the 9.
Oh, you had the 9.
Oh, looks like the 9 would have came down
Yes. Top with
on the
gutter.
turn.
I had no
But it
pair
ended
with
up
the
giving Seb the 2 pair.
the 9 as well.
No, I did. I did when I was watching.
Got a couple people in the chat saying, Lorraine, no luck tonight for me. I'm out early. Ugh. Lost to a flush on the river, heading home. Well, drive safe. Drive safe. You shouldn't be texting while driving. If you're driving home.
Not in this world.
Got ourselves an exciting cash game. So far, we've seen quite a few pots. Quite a few large pots, too, for a 1-1 game. You know, players are really fighting. Except those limp pots. We've had a few of those tonight.
I know.
But we've seen Tony punish those limpers that one time.
Only available at Esso.
Is it?
Isn't that where you said you used to work?
Fold.
Pocket rockets for Corey.
Bet is 11.
Firing out an $11 bet. First open into the pot. Colby with an ace-4 suited. He's going to make the call.
I'm bored.
Just money.
Yeah, really. I'm thinking the
It's
same.
just money. Money I didn't spend in Montreal, so we might as well spend it somewhere.
Call.
This place is just as good and a lot closer.
All in. 82.
Son of a bitch.
Ooh, look at this. Tony shoving all in here with ace-10. Certainly not good timing. All the aces are out.
No, I'm not going to lie to you.
You can lie to me.
Okay, I'll lie.
82. All right.
No, I won't.
Corey with the pocket aces.
I wouldn't lie.
Action is to him. He is delaying it a little bit.
I prefer it.
Corey now looking at some of the other players that called. He's just trying to recognize the situation, seeing if he actually wants to, you know, see if he can just flat call here, or if he maybe wants to re-raise and reopen.
Yup.
Looks like he's gonna just make the call here, maybe enticing someone else to get involved. But Colby's gonna throw the ace-4 away. Denise is gonna end up throwing her hand away. And Attila. So it looks like Tony and Corey. Corey could not get any more players into this pot.
I have a really good ace.
Very a really unfortunate situation for Tony.
That ham sandwich again.
The ham sandwich on the board. Would have had a boat.
The ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich.
Corey shows
Ham
the
sandwiches,
pocket
and that's
rockets.
Well, no, not quite. The queen. Pocket
Corey
queen.
taking that pot for Tony.
If you were playing 2-3 and you got that board, I don't care whether you win the pot or lose.
Very
you're a
unfortunate
hero
for
in my
Tony.
book. Because look at
Unfortunate
you.
timing anyway,
Two pair,
chucking that
turn
into running the ace-10 into the aces. But sometimes that's going to happen.
I had the ham
Look at
sandwich
you.
there.
I have a really
Team
big
two was
ace.
sitting right.
Yep, I guess so.
I'm so glad I didn't.
Man's in the 2-3.
have a really big ace.
Can I buy 2?
Yep,
Yes.
Yeah. Give me 2.
I would say so.
Let's go, Tony. Now you have to put on your big boy pants or bigger, big girl, whatever.
Panties. Big girl lingerie.
And Attila, are you
Our-
small
the
wide,
big
line?
girl lingerie.
Because Tony's in
Action speed.
big action.
12 is the bet. Hold. Hold.
Just a call.
Tony's a big blind.
Call. Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Hold.
Sorry, I had to step away for a minute.
Call.
We are back. What am I running into here? Ace queen suited for Peter, bumping it up $12.
Call.
Wow, got a few callers here. 5 ways. Going to a flop here. Wow, what a flop for Peter. Trip aces. Denise also has trip aces.
Bet of 17.
Wow, that's not so good. Denise is going to end up needing an 8 or the board to pair to split this pot. Otherwise, Peter's kicker looks like it's going to play.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, heads up.
But no, once they invent
There's the
turn-up
6 of
economy,
hearts.
That's when I'm fucking investing in that shit, dude.
Again, Denise looking for the board to pair or an 8.
Yeah, actually, I can't imagine that.
Peter probably thinking that Denise is on some sort of draw, some sort of flush draw.
Yeah, but you have to.
Firing out a $35 bet. Denise is going to continue,
It's the wave of the future, man.
but she's not on any kind of draw. She does have the ace. See if she can get the board to pair or an 8. And no, the king of hearts down on the board. Peter's got the check mark here. His queen plays for a kicker. $165 in the middle. Peter fumbling his chips a little bit.
Yep. 60 is the bet.
$60 bet. A great bet from Peter. Denise folds the ace. Wow, what a fold from Denise. Peter's going to show the ace queen. Denise making an insane laydown there with the trip aces. She just believed that he had the better kicker in that situation. What a fold. Wow, Denise. Unfortunately, not running very well tonight, but still making some great reads. Sometimes poker just doesn't go your way, and you are the deciding factor of how much you lose in those situations. Denise
But when there's two
really cut her
aces
losses
on
at
the
the
board,
end.
What are the
Great
odds that
fold.
he has an ace too?
Great fold.
But he was
Well, I
betting.
raised under the gun.
Well, I know, but it's not like he had pocket aces. I had an ace as well. Your kicker was better than mine, that's all. I was just hoping to hit my kicker. Hence why I did not call the river.
Here we go. Sorry, I just laughed at Shane's comment. Yeah, the dealer and the commentator must be brothers or something. Identical twins, I think. Or maybe he was part of the conspiracy theory of cloning. Maybe he's a new clone. Maybe one of Elon Musk's robots.
We were playing cards on Sunday night. And there's this guy and his name is Ken.
It's like
He plays
Tony's
it
gonna bump it up
frequently.
$12.
I've played with him quite a few times. And he has a tell.
Got a few callers.
And he's the small blind. No,
Corey and Tony have hit top pair here.
Bet is 15.
second or third,
$15 bet
something.
from Tony.
Anyways, he looks at his cards and he goes, okay, I call.
Corey's gonna call.
And the guy across the table from me and we looked at each other, we locked eyes, and I went,
Tilla is gonna call with the pair of sevens here.
This guy down here made it
7-3
ready.
off.
call, all in. Knew it. Knew it.
Corey
as soon as-
improves now to 2 pair with the ace
He
8.
was waiting for somebody to raise so he could push. I don't know what he had, but he does that every time when he goes this big sigh. All right, I'll call. Yeah.
Like the older fella.
He is an older fella, but Craig and I looked at each other across the table, locked eyes, and I went, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I could have had jacks, kings, well, not kings, but jacks or any other pair, and I would have folded them. Because I knew he was doing that. As soon as he did
I'm gonna start sighing when I have nothing.
the big sigh, okay, I'll call.
And just say, hey, it's genuine. I was sad that I didn't hit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Corey
Nope,
gonna
Craig
bump it
and I
up
looked at each
$35.
other,
I like
and we just went,
Corey,
nope,
Corey
we're
making the
folding.
call here.
And
You know,
Craig
enticing
said,
Tony.
you have a tell, and I went, yes.
Maybe his
You see,
ace
that's
might
why
be
I
good.
folded, Craig.
Corey could be representing some sort of busted draw on the river. Maybe Tony does have position over Tony.
Like, there had
Tony
been, like, this corner of the table,
might
there was,
decide
like,
to shove
three
it in
guys.
here. Does have
It
first
was.
option.
Who's there? Corey, Jason, and Richard. And those three.
Wow, Tony is
all
going to fire out a
hand
bet. $50.
Would raise. I mean,
Definitely
maybe
a good sized
half
bet. Definitely a blocker bet.
That was the raising point.
Unfortunately, we see
And
that
Ken
Corey
knew
does
that.
have the two
So that's why
pair.
he limped, because he knew one of those three was gonna raise. Because almost every hand. We never got to limp in to see a single.
Question is does Corey re-raise here?
It was funny. I was like, you might have them fooled, but you don't got me fooled.
I feel like he would have to re-raise here, but almost maybe even fold to a 3-bet from Tony. But I think Tony already invested enough into the pot. I think you've got a call in that situation. Just kind of looking at stack sizes, Tony only has $76 behind. I mean, a re-raise from Corey would be putting Tony all in anyway, I guess. But I guess the stacks aren't that deep enough for that kind of bet. But it looks like Corey is just going to flat call. Possibly worried about other draws that are out there. Straight draws did complete, I guess, with that 5. Corey playing it a little bit safe. $619 now in Corey's stack. Corey retaining that chip lead on this table. Doing quite well, quite well. I had to go and get myself a little drink. Hopefully YouTube doesn't ban me thinking it's actually a beer, but it's not. It's his dad's root beer. That's right, unofficially sponsored. I'm just addicted to it, that's all.
Yeah. I definitely won't have time this weekend.
I feel like I should come up with my own slogan. A great taste of dad's root beer. You're welcome, dad's root beer, for the free shout out.
Mr. Lorraine? $4?
4.
Yeah.
That's the first.
Ooh, Lorraine bumping it up $4.
Call.
Min betting the straddle.
So I'll bid. I shouldn't even call, right? It must be fishy. Something about it.
I didn't think that man is supposed to share anything we could calls.
We raised to 25.
Raise to 25.
Looking like Attila is going to 3-bet here with the ace-queen on the cutoff.
Let's make it affordable to have fun with.
Fold.
Wow, Lorraine is going to make the call here.
Dollar. Pot's good. Heads up. Lorraine is first. Check. That is 31.
Stealing from the bot.
$31 bet from Attila, continuing the aggression here with the ace-queen. It's actually a great board to continuation bet in position. It's unlikely that somebody under the gun would be playing
And then no
a
soup for you.
9-2. I think that's a lot of. You might see a lot of people out of position actually float that flop, and maybe try to get a player off of it on a later street. But Lorraine decides to just give it over to Attila. He did 3-bet her pre-flop.
But that flop was definitely.
But yeah, Attila ended up picking up that pot,
Not a.
which is good. Which is good. Got 15 viewers over on YouTube. Big shout out to everybody over at YouTube. You may have seen the Nightbot pop up in the chat with an Amazon link. That is our Amazon store. Basically, it's an affiliate store. It has all of the equipment and stuff that you see, all the wires and all that kind of stuff, and cameras. Anything I use for my live streaming setup, or even my poker stuff. You know, poker accessories, poker chips, all that kind of stuff that I use at the game. You won't see my specific cash set on there, but you will see my tournament set. You know, they got a lot of stuff. You'll see there's a popcorn machine in the background, all that kind of goodness. So if you guys are interested, you can click that link, and you guys will head over to that store. If you guys purchase anything, it just kind of gives me a little kickback, that's all. So yeah, good old affiliate store. Got to get some upgrades for this stream. Get some upgraded cameras. How crazy will it be in a few years' time where we see this stream kind of get taken to the next level, competing with some of the bigger streams?
Check.
You got to start somewhere.
Check. Bet is 10. Call.
It's looking like Tony's going to try to take a stab at this pot, as nobody else showed any kind of interest. Fired a $10 bet. Brian's going to call here with the 7-2 suited. Has the bottom pair. Let's see if Tony is going to continue the aggression here. Tony doesn't seem to be getting very lucky tonight. I'm not sure what's going on with the graphics. Some sort of error with the system.
Yeah, remember now.
Been trying to figure that out for a while now. Not sure what's causing that. Tony shoving all in here, $55. It's a great shove. Says happy birthday. He does make the call. And unfortunately, Tony was bluffing there, and Brian is actually going to win that pot. I guess a not so happy birthday to Tony.
Wow. I'd say nice hand, but for some reason I don't think I can.
Brian's going to pick up that pot. A good sized pot, $178. Corey still pretty much double what Brian has. $617. Brian has bumped himself up to $329. We got Tyler and Seb. Tyler down $25.
You didn't learn the first time?
Unless you wake up with a hand.
Burn two knees away.
There you go. There you go.
Just getting my nice little refreshment here. Chilling with Kiwi. Well, I don't know where she is. She's in there eating. She's eating some of her food. Chilling with the dad's root beer. Getting some snacks tonight. Joining here, watching great stream. If you guys are over on YouTube, do me a solid. Hit that like button. It'll help kind of boost the stream and help kind of promote it to other people. Tells YouTube, says, hey, I enjoy what I'm watching. It's free to do. Takes literally half a second to press the button.
That is 6.
So it looks like we have a limp with Queen 10 suited here from Tyler.
Raise 16.
Only has $25 behind.
Call.
Peter saying Brian just blew all the candles on Tony's cake. Yeah, that's like, yeah, that's kind of how it feels, doesn't it? Tony didn't get to make his wish.
Set 23. That's 21.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
He's getting a pretty good price on $21.
Yeah.
Wow, ton of callers. Actually, a huge pot for Tyler.
6. Oh.
6 players, $129 in the pot for him to win.
Changing everything now.
He can make it happen.
Brian first. Check. 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 Oh, sorry.
Very aggressive turn card. Everybody checking around. Not so great for Tyler. Nobody's going to try to create a side pot here and, you know, maybe eliminate some of the players here who have some of Tyler's equity. Getting checked all the way around to Corey. Corey's going to check as well.
Check.
Everybody's playing it slow.
Check. Check. Check.
I hope you win, dude, because definitely played this one terribly.
Looks like Tony is going to win here with the pair of kings. Tony hit the king on the river.
You got a pair of kings?
That's the king.
Pair of kings wins.
Pair of kings is good.
Nobody has a 7?
I don't know how I don't get that
I
ever.
don't know how
I was
anybody.
hoping for
Don't say stuff like that, please.
what?
What did I say?
Until everyone mucks their hand, you shouldn't be calling cards on the board.
Oh, I apologize.
Ah,
That
yes.
happened to Corey at the casino, and if someone would have called, he would have lost a $300 pot.
My apologies.
Yes. Tony is correct in that situation. It is usually etiquette not to call
Not mad at them,
cards.
just letting you know.
No,
Yeah, that is correct.
no,
Yeah, that is correct.
I am completely
It
wrong.
is,
And
uh,
I
best
can-
practice.
I was like, oh, I got a 7, they turn the hand over and I lose the pot, right?
When I'm wrong, I can admit it.
Little mistake happened. It's
Only my
all
mistake, and I
all good though.
apologize.
Yeah, it happens in situations where we'll talk about that situation.
Well, I
a little
did
bit
anyway.
here.
It's too late. I can't take it back.
It comes down to, like, you don't call cards on the board because if there's a situation where, say
There
there's
were
a
nice
straight
cards
on
to
the
start-
board, say
to
it's the
start with.
nuts that's on the board,
Suited
and you
queen.
bet a player out of a pot,
And then the
you know, and
entire
they're about to
line-
fold,
Off I fold,
Right.
turn it off.
Almost everything was red.
you know, or maybe even they check down on the river and they're about to muck their cards, you know, and someone says, hey, you know, there's the nuts on the board.
You bet the-
Six.
you bet
You know,
the
and the
top.
person goes, oh, you know,
Like,
flips
oh,
up the
no.
hand. Now that hand becomes a split pot, right? It just lost that player other
I'm in trouble.
amount, right? So
I
it's
saw
usually
your
best
look
not
on
to
your
talk
face, and I
about
couldn't tell if that was a look of
the hand
yay
after.
or a look of
People are
holy
somewhat
crap,
lenient
like, oh my
sometimes for it
goodness.
when it's in stuff that doesn't matter. But in a situation like that, especially where
He
it's
had this
like
little look,
against
he's
the
like,
winners and stuff, it's usually
And I was like, is that a
usually
good
you
look
should
or
just
crap?
kind of wait until the hand's over,
I'm like,
right?
yeah,
Before you start calling stuff.
What did you got? King 9?
You might see people talk about bad beats and stuff, like, oh, does anybody have the bad beat here, or does anybody have quads and stuff? Like, you know, you'll see people ask that for, you know, because it's in their benefit to ask.
80 10. 10
But it's
8 10.
Coming out, King was coming out quite often. Sometimes.
But yeah, in just regular pots, it's that you're not involved in, it's usually better to not say anything.
Yep. Check. Check.
Tony has been
Always what Andrew
getting a little bit unlucky tonight, so he's looking to win as many pots as he can tonight.
Is it up?
Yes.
Send me a dad's.
Dad?
Yeah.
$5.
Inflation.
Inflation.
Just throw a red chip at him.
I'll help you for a
Yeah,
second.
the cover's big blind now.
So happy.
Just throw a red chip at him and say, here, go buy yourself something pretty.
Check.
See what's going on here. Brian versus Corey. Corey ends up hitting the top pair. Brian hit the mid pair. He's going to continue all the way to the river.
That's an extra $1. Say no. It's an extra $1, Lorraine. Say no.
Check.
Brian has
This
missed,
guy is
has
charging.
not improved on the river. Corey's going for a little more value, $21.
Yes, I know. I don't.
Brian is going to make the call here, but Corey is going to get the check mark.
Corey
taking down a
I don't
$121
like
pot.
that, but
There we go.
Apparently
Corey
the
adding to this chip stack. Corey, a big sack at the table.
Everybody wants to know.
none of your
Doing
business.
very well thus far tonight.
That was a good turning river.
$663 in his stack. Not bad for a max buy-in of $120. See at the top here, Corey says he is up $543 so far on this cash game. Next biggest is Peter, $138.
I'm okay with a bomb pot, but
Let's make it 15.
I'll do a $100 bomb pot.
no.
Everybody
Stop
calm
it.
down. All right.
Settle down.
Gotta straddle and
Let's
play.
do a bomb pot for $1.
Yeah.
That's more my speed. That's my speed.
Call.
Do a long pot for $5.
Ooh, Denise limping in here, 6-5 suited. But Attila right behind her with pocket kings. He's going to bump it up to 11.
That would really fuck up the town.
Yeah.
Corey is going to make the call here with the queen 10. 10-9 suited for Brian on the button. He's going to call.
Wow. Almost a family pot.
That's your 5 here, right? Yeah. Okay, so I owe you 14 back. Yeah. There we go.
Here we go. $67 in the middle. Going to a flop. 6 ways.
Pilot first. Check. That's 11.
Seb is going to take a stab at it.
Call.
Marco jumping in the chat. Hello, bro. Hey, what's up, Marco? Welcome to the AOP stream. The only low stakes stream. Attila shoving all in.
217.
Yep. Fold.
Attila putting a maximum pressure on the players.
Oh, what's this one? Winner.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Looks like everybody is going to fold. See what Denise wants to do with the 6-5 here of clubs. She's going to fold.
Attila, if he gives me 2 random cards, I don't know what they are. Can I call you and we'll just play it?
What kind of game is that?
You already have a made hand. I won't.
He's gonna draw.
Let's see what happens here on the turn river. Let's see if we do a rabbit hunt.
King, queen.
Looks like no club. Denise did not hit her club draw. But Attila picking up a nice pot there with the pocket kings down on the board. Pocket kings, good enough to take down that pot. Shoved it all in. Maximum pressure onto the players. Managed to get Denise out of the way, but we see that
I
the
just wanna
turn
know
river,
so
she
I
didn't
can
end up
look at
hitting
that
her
hand.
draw.
See if I would hit my.
So it would have looked like a relatively safe turn river for Attila.
I'm gonna look at 830 and see if I hit that flush.
Doesn't that make it hurt more?
Well, no. It was a good fold regardless, because that puts me all in, and I'm not. This is my second bullet, so I'm not buying anymore. So, and I don't want to go home yet.
There wasn't 2 clubs up there, was it?
Yes,
Yeah.
There was 2 clubs?
there
Yeah.
absolutely
Oh, you had
3 of clubs.
Yeah, 2 outlets.
3 of clubs.
Call.
Oh, 2. Turn rivers.
Yeah, the 3 of clubs and the jack of clubs, and I had a 5-6 of clubs. And when you bet, I almost
Oh
pushed.
boy, we got ourselves a limp
I
pot
didn't
happening.
anybody else in this hand, and I
A limp
just
pot.
wanna win, but
Check,
I don't think my stack is big enough to push anybody off.
Here we go, my favorite pot. Massive $7 in the
Somebody's
middle.
gonna hit for sure.
Let's see what happens.
Tyler's first.
Not worried. It's always more poker.
What do we have here? Colby looks like he ends up hitting trip kings in the massive $7 pot.
3 bullets in an hour and a half.
Colby, I don't think he's won many hands tonight. Definitely hasn't been involved in too many hands. Looks like Brian is going to fire at $6 here with the pair of 5s and the kings on the board. Colby is going to re-raise to 16. Brian just lets it go. Says, if you want it, you can have it, good sir. So look at our aggression frequency. Brian's actually been the most aggressive at the table. Tony right behind him by 1%. Corey 37%.
Could be bird. Yeah.
Most of the players are hovering around the 17% mark. Although it's not a very big sample size, right? We've I forgot what hand we are on now. We will take a look here once we move into the next hand. Should show up in the top right. But in the meantime, we got 19 viewers over on YouTube. Big shout out to everybody over on YouTube. What is up? Welcome to the AOP stream. If you guys are new here, welcome to the only 1-1 cash game that I ever see being played on the internet, especially for a live game. So I'm glad all of you guys could be tuning in with us tonight. See, we are on hand number 29. Blinds, $1 cash.
$5. Hold. Raise to 10.
I can call that. I got king.
Call. Hold.
And even if I don't hit, I'm still betting the flop.
It's $10.
I got a fucking king.
I got a king.
Damn right. Every single time.
Yeah.
Hold.
You know we're gonna look.
Oh, don't bother me.
Looks like Brian's gonna make it $10. Looks like we had a blind bet in play.
Call.
The blind man hits again.
Well, he could have popped him, dude. He could have made just
4
$4
players.
like that. He could fucking make you pay real quick.
Yeah.
Tony's first.
Tony ends up hitting top pair, but it's not going to be good enough. Colby ends up having a better kicker here. But he does have backdoor spades as a possibility. Could hit 2 pair as well.
Check.
If he doesn't hit, he's got king.
Colby's going to bump it up. $12.
Call.
Tony's going to make the call, as is Corey. Looks like Brian's not going away either with the king jack.
They're calling you the king master.
King master, man.
3 hearts down the board. Great card for Corey to see. He does have the nut heart in his hand.
Check.
Brian also has the jack of hearts.
Check. Check.
Nobody has the flush already. Ooh, that's an interesting card. That's actually the checkmark card for Tony. 4 diamonds coming down, giving him 2 pair. $92 in the middle. Corey, you're gonna go for a steal here.
That is 21.
That, yes,
Call.
he does.
Colby is gonna make the call.
He's got 21 as well.
It's a very interesting spot for Tony. Tony's gonna make the call as well. Tony's gonna win that pot. Wow, got the call from Colby.
2 pairs.
Corey's bluff.
4.
The blind man hits again.
Here we go. Tony picking up a pot.
10-4.
10-4, baby.
10-4, baby, Robert.
Would've been good.
Blind man strikes again.
All right, just one. All right,
Looks like Tony actually moved himself up to second in chips at the table, $463.
Donkey again, baby.
Shannon.
Very good for Tony. Very good.
Because I'm gonna be taking care of, I'm house sitting and dog sitting back in December.
I was gonna put you all in, Cole.
And,
but I knew.
He said, "Are you playing at Dave's tonight?" I said, "Yes, I am at Dave's."
you were gonna call,
and
but
he
I thought
said,
you might call a re-raise.
"Great,
I'm like,
how's the
"Nah,
game?"
just call, just in
Good
case.
luck. I said, "Well, I'm on my
being
3rd
sucked
bullet
with
already.
flush."
I've only won 1 hand, and I've lost about $1 million on the river." So,
Tony's action.
I'm big blind.
Action is to Tony. Tony's under the gun.
Tony does.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
The birthday boy Tony. He's gonna fold the 6-2.
Bet is 12.
Bet is $12 from Peter.
Call.
9-8 suited for Corey.
Call. All in 35. All in 35.
Good luck, all in.
Thank you.
Seb is gonna shove it all in here.
You gotta go for it.
Pocket fives, $35.
I didn't say anything about limping or not limping. I just.
0, 1, or 2. At least we call it 12. Right, Dave?
Tyler with the pocket jacks behind.
Punish us. Wow.
I just noticed that.
Yeah, that's my old
That's
saying,
by
right?
2 to go up.
35.
This is a limp from now on with this table.
I could have swore I seen Tony fold the 6-2 here. Looks like we may have a graphical error.
See that?
Fold.
Wow.
I think it's just gonna get me in trouble. Trouble?
Little graphical error.
Yep.
So, what is it?
A little bit more money in the
It's
pot.
not your turn,
35
Brian.
total.
Sorry.
No, he didn't fold. He has.
Wow, we got an out of turn play. Corey ends up calling the all in here with the 9-8 suited. Action's actually to Lorraine with the ace queen off. But Brian shoves, well, not completely shoves his stack in, but re-raises
Green formation array.
with pocket eights.
145
But
is.
you can't continue that.
That's, he's obligated to that, so it's,
He's obligated.
no matter what you do, he's making it 145.
Yeah.
Save 20 bucks.
Lorraine is going to fold the ace queen. Probably a pretty good fold in this situation.
Right, true. And now he's costing you 100.
I would have been more if I would have saw that you were in.
You don't want to watch this.
I don't. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, stream people.
Just me, huh? That's unfortunate. Yeah, I kind of. How much do you think that's the case?
Wow, did I just see Tyler fold the pocket jacks? I must have missed that. Wow, what a fold from Tyler. The pocket jacks. Had the best hand here.
I think you got it.
Looks like everybody is going to get out of the way. It's actually a fairly good pot for Seb now. He's only facing one player, but he is absolutely crushed.
I got a feeling.
Pocket
See
nine,
if he
that's
can
real bad.
smash a 5 here on any of these 5 cards.
No fade, no fade.
4 is close, but not a 5.
Oh, but
Oh, there is a
Yeah, you got
boat.
bigger one.
Wow, Tyler must be kicking himself here for the fold with the pocket
And
jacks.
I would have won if I stayed with my 9. But it was so. If I
Lorraine
had
ended up
called
making a
him
great fold
and
with
he
the
goes
ace
all in,
queen,
I'm gonna
not to be
call.
results
It would've been a waste
oriented.
of
But had a ton of
$35.
information there pre-flop. It was going to be $145. I think it's a
Any
great
one
fold.
of them.
No need to be upset about that one, Lorraine. I think you had to throw the good old parking lot hand
I'm
to
not
the muck.
upset. For me,
in that
in
situation,
my position, it was the right fold.
$145
Because if
from
I just-
Brian.
unless I'm
Little
pushing, I'm not
unexpected.
pushing with nines.
Peter says, "Oh look, I
But
folded quads."
if
Yes,
called
I
him,
must have
there's
missed
still
that.
3-4 people to go.
Yeah.
And if
Peter,
one
what
of
are you doing
push,
folding
I'm
quads?
calling.
Can't believe it. Wow,
It was the-
what a fold.
The initial razor is behind.
That's probably got to be the biggest
Right.
fold of the
And
night.
that's what I'm saying, like,
Small blind, big
if
blind?
him, or the guy with the big stack, or
you
you,
mean,
or you, if any of you push, then I have to
Straddle
fold.
and play.
So it was just a bad position, that's all.
All right, we got ourselves a straddle.
Call.
Straddle and play.
I'm just thinking of looking at 8 deuce.
Yeah, but just bet it like it's aces. Just go all in. They'll all be scared of you. I promise.
I call.
Call.
No, guys are all in.
Oh, you can't do that.
Call.
Lorraine in the chat talking about her ace queen fold.
I'm not going to steal your thunder. I normally raise
Well, they call it the parking lot hand for the reason.
Tackle the guy carrying the ball. Find yourself
But it is looking like Peter is going to raise to $12.
$12 total.
Punish these limpers.
Call. Call.
Now it's a pot we're trying to steal.
You just want to see how much you can
7 players.
Absolutely no respect for anybody at this table. What do we have? 7 players headed to this flop. $84 in the middle. Hard to believe this is a 1-1 cash game.
These guy quads again. No.
Looks like nobody has a queen or a jack, although Brian has actually hit an open-ended.
First.
Check. Check.
10 16.
$16 bet from Peter. Peter thinking his ace high might be good here. Might try to represent a queen or a jack. Firing in multi-way, though, is always a bit risky.
Call.
Tony's going to look him up. He does have the open-ended here with the king 10. See how it develops on the river. The 2 of spades. I feel like we've seen this situation before. It's hard to believe Peter actually has the best hand, but Brian is going to take a stab at it. $50.
Flop it.
Brian showing me the bluff. Showing the bluff. Taking down a good sized pot. Although none of the other players had really anything but king and ace high to call him. Great spot to try to take a stab at it, and it worked out.
However,
Alright, straddle and play.
When I first started, it was an 8. I'm like, here we go again. Oh, that's not a deuce.
Actually, to learning. Fold.
Got some more limpers. Let the limping train begin again. See who wants to punish them this time. Is it going to be Attila? Attila with pocket jacks on the button. $12 in the middle from all those limpers. $16 said if you want to continue punishing those limpers.
16 is the bet.
We're all okay.
But Brian is not going to be punished so easily. He's going to make the call here with the queen 6 suited.
That's
Oh, in front.
you could go down.
It's not my fault.
We're gonna be fucking giggling going to sleep tonight.
Yeah.
Reason all that poker.
It's a call.
I think we got a few callers.
Betting 16 again.
Definitely a decent sized pot out there. $70 already in the middle.
Okay.
Everybody seems to have a queen except Attila. How about that? Attila smashing his set of jacks on that flop.
Check.
Although Seb is actually on the hard draw.
Check.
Is Attila going to want to bet his top set here? Maybe try to thin the field a little bit.
That is 50.
$50 bet. Action's going to get folded to the only person who really hit anything on here, Seb, with the pair and a flush draw with the queen 7. We run into 6 outs, as we can see up at the top. We got 3 of them that are grayed out. He is going to call the $50. He wants to see a turn card. Fortunately, your queen or 7 is not an out here for you. You're just drawing to the hearts.
Check.
Now down to 5 outs. Now we can't hit the 4 of hearts to come down. That eliminated an out for Seb.
That is 50.
Attila is going to continue trying to extract some value here, betting a $50. It's the same bet that he made on the flop. Just trying to build the pot a little bit. Trying to set the pot up for a good shove here on the river. if Seb decides to call. Seb is going to continue. Needs a king, 9, 8, 5, or 3 of hearts. Ooh, and there it is. Wow. Seb gets really lucky. Ends up spiking that heart on the river. Terrible card for Attila to see. Seb is going to check it over to Attila. Losing some value for a shove here.
Okay, got the queen high flush.
Queen high flush is going to be the best hand. Very, very unlucky for Attila.
Yeah, but not just one thing. But
Very good. Very lucky for Seb, I guess. I should say that 4 of clubs coming down on the turn actually eliminated the 4 of hearts from his outs. So his outs actually got worse. But he managed to pull it off on the river, hitting that 8 of hearts, spiking that queen high flush, stealing that pot from Attila, who had a flop top set. Definitely, I believe he probably had a very disguised hand. You know, had it been a 4 of hearts instead of an 8 of hearts coming down on that river, the money would have gone in. Probably Attila probably would have ended up stacking Seb in that pot. Moving into hand number 33.
3 weeks to get home.
Call. Straddle the play. Fold. Fold. Call. Call. Fold. Call. 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 Check.
Here we go. A straddled limp pot. Double of what our other limp pot usually is. It's always 7. Now it's 14.
Check. Check. Check.
Denise ends up spiking at trip queens.
10.
That is 10.
Does the old sigh and decides to bet $10. She was just talking about that earlier on the table.
Fold. Fold.
Maybe she's trying to do some reverse psychology on the players. Not sure anybody noticed though.
But I'll fold it for you.
Well, I'd rather that you call.
If I had a hand, maybe.
Shows the queen.
Nice, damn.
Oh, did somebody with long arms pass those to me?
Oh, I just missed the V-pips.
What are you laughing at there? Your arms are not much longer than mine. Yes, old Mr. T-Rex, don't be laughing.
I think when I redo
Just
my
missed the
leg this
V-pips.
summer,
We'll see if I can
table, I
get
had
it on
to
my
move
screen.
a little bit.
I wanted to see those V-pips. It was the first time we would have seen them tonight.
But nice one it is, yeah.
We are. I do have the stream up on one of my other things that has a little bit of a delay.
Well, it's, yeah, the tablet.
Hand number 34. So we're 34 hands in.
So, straddle and break.
It's like the perfect height for me.
Well, okay.
Yeah, lower for you is gonna be
So we
Okay.
got ourselves another limp pot. Denise deciding to limp in here with the Jack 10
I'm
suited.
vertically and horizontally challenged.
Tilla bumping it up to $11. So it looks like Brian has a 75% V-pip, Corey 72, Attila 66. Everyone else is around the 60% mark.
$11 is the bet.
It's got to be all that limping. All that limping. Looks like Colby's going to make the call here with the ace-4 suited.
Can I do that? Will that make it easier? So I can put
Make
26?
up your mind, Colby, I'm checking. What? It's up to you, man. Oh, there you go.
Trying to
Do
get
I-
this pot change
Am I
sorted.
leaving this?
Gives you 14.
I mean, check or 25.
I put
That's-
26,
That's the only
Oh,
option.
okay.
because I didn't know if that would make it
One
easier.
of you guys
There's
break
no
this for
option
me.
in the light. In the dark?
So
We
just-
turn the button, every option's in the dark now, the rest of the hand. Oh, okay. River, you can jam.
Okay.
No jams before river.
All right, we got the pot situated here. Had to make some change. $69 in the middle.
Jams.
Even if it's trick things, you can't do it.
Says who?
Action is to Corey first.
I already checked in the dark,
Oh,
we're
right, check.
way ahead of this.
Check.
Colby ends up hitting the top pair here.
Check.
Check.
Denise, a pair and a flush draw, and checking. $69 in the middle, decides to check. A bit shocking. In a great spot to thin the field a little bit. Corey is going to fire here with the ace-6. $15 bet. Colby's going to make the call.
Call.
Denise is going to call as well. Tilla ends up hitting the 9 on the turn. There's the 8. Looks like it's going to be a split pot between Colby and Corey. Good old chop pot. Everybody loves a chop pot, except the person who is owed is supposed to win.
Could have got them with the little dark thing. Whatever.
As that pot is chopping, we just seen that Nightbot ended up kind of sharing the Amazon link. I always like to mention it in the chat when we have a little bit of spare time. If you guys are interested in seeing some of this equipment that we use, you can guys see all the lights and all the cameras rigged up with all the wires and all that kind of stuff and all our live streaming equipment. You can check that stuff out on Amazon. I do get a lot of messages on social media of people asking a lot of questions about what I do. So you guys can go check out that store if you're interested in looking at some of the equipment and stuff we use. You know, and it's an affiliate store, so if you end up buying something, I get a little kickback. It just kind of helps me kind of grow my stream and try to improve some of the stuff that we have here. So big thank you to that if you guys are checking that out. If not, oh well. It's there if you're interested. So let's move into the next hand. Here we go, hand number 35.
Tyler, call.
Tyler is going to make the call here under, looks like under the gun +1, the ace-7. Tony's going to bump it up to $10 here with the queen-8.
Sorry, you have to take it back.
He's colorblind as well.
Someone mentioning, hey, you put the wrong color chips in. You put in $10 instead of 2 whites.
Meant for them to be green.
No, the cards didn't change any, Tony, so I can't. I haven't quite learned the art of.
Looks like we got a couple callers here.
Alright, 4 players.
The key to straddling is don't do it.
Check, check, check.
Never?
Never. Oh, well, I when I'm in Vegas,
15?
Straddling big?
Yes, at the cash table, when I'm playing cash, before you get any dirty thoughts in your head.
I didn't say anything.
Only because I want them to think I know what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
So I'll straddle.
No.
But I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't know how to play a straddle, but I just do it. I have one of two ways of playing when I'm in Vegas. I straddle every hand, or I pretend I haven't got a clue what I'm doing, which is much easier.
25?
It's much easier. I'm like, what does that mean when he put in 2 chips and it's not his turn yet? And does a flush beat a full house? Okay, I call.
I'm not gonna lie. The experienced players at the table see right through it.
I know they do. I know.
See right through it.
I know they do. I actually got this when I was at the playground. When I went in November by myself, I actually got this because I went up to the desk and I said to the guy, I said, I would like to play some
Denise, shut up
poker.
and put $10 in.
For what?
Just for fun.
I blind bid at
No,
$5.
I am not fun.
I tell her would have put 20 and I would have put 50.
So I went up to the desk and I said to the guy that was working, I said, so I would like to play some of this poker that you have. And he said, okay. And I said, and I'm not really sure what I need to do. And he said, well, blah, blah, blah. Explained the process to me. And I said, do you happen to have one of those little cards that tells you what hand beats what? He said, yes. And he gave me
I
that.
win $50 blind.
And so I sat down at the cash table with this and all my ducks. And I put all my little chips in a nice little
See, she ruined it. You should have went 5 blind and then you would have made
and
some
I
money.
went like this. I went every time the flop would come, I would look, and I'd look at my hand,
Yeah, it went 6,
and
12,
I took home
24.
$600.
I win 50.
Ready for 30?
I took home $600 that night.
I was
Oh, Brian, what do I wake
Until
up
we won
with
it.
here?
It was a good pot.
I was talking to no one today.
Well, yeah?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Seems to be doing pretty good. He's dealing out there.
Yeah? Good.
Yeah.
Did he go out there with his girlfriend?
Yeah, you left.
Okay, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I didn't ask anyway
Yeah, they
because I was like,
I don't know.
yeah.
Thank
So
you,
that's why I
Lorraine,
wasn't
for me
sure.
being muted.
Did something
Apparently,
happen,
Nightbot's giving
or-
out random warnings. Ignore the Nightbot.
Oh, it always is when you start in someplace new.
I was muted.
Did he
I
have
was
a
muted.
job lined up before he left? Oh, he did.
Ace King suited for Brian in the small blind. Ended up 3-betting the $30. With Attila and Lorraine ended up making the call.
Wow.
That is 30?
Wow.
Brian throwing a little continuation bet.
Yes.
Attila deciding now it's not time to go to shove. Felt weakness from Brian.
119,
So he left, and yeah, I'm glad that it worked out for him.
Well,
We're
good.
supposed to be, if time permits, this summer I'm supposed to be going down. to
Oh,
see him
nice.
For a little bit, yeah.
Nice. So which casino is he dealing at? Cowboy?
I don't know. He said that he's on the outskirts.
Oh.
He's not like downtown.
Looks like Brian
Cause
trying to debate here if he actually wants to see a river card. Doesn't have any diamonds in his hand.
good for him.
Really just running to an ace or a king. Or a 7, I guess, or a 5.
Nice.
He'll negate
Oh,
his
I'm glad
fours,
he-
but we do see some of those are actually folded. Can't see Brian actually believing that those are outs.
Thing, right?
But he is going to make the call here. He's going to chase to the river. See what happens.
Because he'd already
Tilla's
known.
pocket fours.
You win.
I shouldn't have never fold that 10-5.
Nice play. Wow.
He gets $1 back.
One more.
Yeah,
$1 back.
yeah, it was 119. Yeah. I was just like,
Nice hand.
Thank you.
I think we're gonna
Nice little pot from Attila.
Yep.
We're gonna fly to Vegas for 2 days.
Oh, nice.
Nice pot from Attila.
I worked in my first trip to Toronto
Ends up winning at $341 in his stack. Just sitting in the middle of the pack.
When you go in there, 14 days.
Very
Well,
daring
yeah,
shove
what
on the
is
turn.
You can't just do like
Brian
a
was
just-
just chasing. He
First of
wanted
all,
to see some
how
more
long does it
cards.
take
Cheap
you
enough,
to
he
get
says. I want to see it.
So,
Let's see the river card.
like,
Probably had more outs than what he believed with that
there
5
in
and the
back,
7
you're looking at
also
there's like 3 days.
added to his outs to
you
pair
have
the
to.
board and negate the pocket fours from Attila.
And what
You
is
never
in
know
Japan
what could happen
that you're
at the
going
poker
for?
table.
I don't know, just kind of
Just
decided.
because you've never been.
Yeah, we're like,
Nice.
why don't we just
Four
go?
is
Nice.
his favorite hand, which helped me last time. It's a big pot.
Ooh, whoopsie. Come back, girl.
Well, you
To a
think
tilt?
about the monsters and the-
Yeah.
that is 12?
I'm excited to go because of the sumo culture and stuff, so. See a Super Bowl?
No, Japan.
Oh, I thought it was in Japan this year. See a lot of people there. Super Bowl. We're trying to get
Super
tickets.
Bowl in
We're trying to get
Japan.
tickets for the-
Yeah, that would be
for the
interesting.
Tokyo Superdome baseball. Impossible.
Peter bumping up to
Sold
$12.
seconds for the day of-
Brian and Corey
Oh,
to
really?
continue.
Ow. Oh, it's big.
What a flop for Brian. Spiking 2 pair. King 6
Huge.
off suit.
It's 3 players.
Bigger than me.
He's going to play it a little bit slow though.
We found this like they call them sumo stables, where you can like go watch like a practice, and then they like take you through a training.
$16 bet from Peter. Peter's going to try to take a stab at it.
Really?
Fortunately, he is drawing dead here with Brian already having a good 2 pair.
To, like, spend the day with them a little bit.
Yeah.
Peter cannot win this
No,
pot
for me,
unless Brian mucks his
My-
cards.
One of my bucket list items is to go on an Alaskan cruise
Okay.
and see when the glaciers
Yeah.
when they
Ooh, there's the boat.
and
The boat for Brian. Obviously, he thinks he probably has the best hand here. Seeing how much value he might be able to extract from Peter. Peter's going to check it over to him.
in
Maybe
port
Peter has just given up
is
completely.
panning for gold.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And I love dogs, and they had you can play with
Ooh,
the
a big
huskies,
bet from Brian.
and you can
Brian trying to
cuddle
make it a
with them,
little
whatever,
bit
and they take you
bluffy
to
here.
someplace, and they guarantee that you're gonna find gold. Now,
72.
they're not guaranteeing you're gonna find.
Unfortunately, Peter does
$1
not have
It might
anything.
be
$72 for
might be
Peter to call.
$10 worth.
Still.
But how many people can say they actually pan for gold in Alaska? Like, that's pretty awesome. I don't care how much it costs me. I'm
Rain in the
doing
chat says Attila the killer.
Yeah.
Go to Japan. Who else knew
Right?
that said that? I'm just
Right?
we're just gonna go to
Because
Japan.
most people that go are.
Peter
going
actually
long
giving it
distance,
some thought.
or they're going
Maybe
because
curious
they
to know
want
if his ace high is good.
and they treat their teachers really well over there to teach the kids English. So, but not a lot of people just
6-4.
go on a
Right.
whim for vacation.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it's a long
6-4.
distance,
We actually.
and it's probably fairly expensive.
I know. What's
The
the question?
flight's expensive, everything else
Yeah.
is super cheap.
So are you staying,
We're doing
In a-
Airbnb for the
Okay.
5 days until
Okay.
we go,
Okay.
and then we're gonna take the mission console, which is like the bullet train.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna take the bullet train to Osaka,
23 hours
Yeah.
and 58
and then
minutes.
spend 5 or 6 days there, and
Nice.
then we're gonna do 2 days Kyoto.
Just about-
Oh,
We're
my
gonna
God,
go all the
I've
way
never
back
recalled
to,
something better
yeah.
in my life.
We're
So
gonna go
that's-
all the way back to
That's why I was
Tokyo.
asking if you, I was gonna ask if you were staying at like a hotel, a resort, Airbnb.
We only have the
Airbnb
first-
is probably
we only have the
cheaper.
first 5 days booked.
Pick your seat, which one you want.
Yeah.
Call.
Can't now.
No, I'll help you out.
It's probably
Tell me where
cheaper,
you want to sit.
for sure, than doing that.
See Corey's lucky spot.
I'll sell you my seat for 500.
I was about to say my stack is double the price. Go on it.
Looks like I'm kind of running into some
I,
problems with my
I have less than 100 left, so I won't be here long.
Gonna have to kind of switch it over.
That's a lucky.
Corey doesn't leave.
But this isn't a very good seat.
Oh, great.
Well, I've won 2 hands,
Switch it over
and
to
lost on the river
my
about
headset
7
mic.
times.
I'm not sure how different it sounds from your guys' end. Probably not.
Seems logical.
That
I'm gonna have
sounds
to
legit.
unfortunately deal with this for the time being
Sounds
until I can
legit.
figure out what's going on.
Give me back that birthday card, I'm gonna rip it up.
Just kind of just stopped randomly working. Very strange.
That is 10.
He held on to his king 6. You didn't get his cards? What the fuck?
Here we go.
Can't believe you would do that to me.
There we go. Okay.
We don't see
We
it.
should be good now. So strange.
So pretty. Nothing.
Got me all distracted. King 6-8 again. Lorraine and Brian both have the same hand here. Peter's saying I can barely hear you. Must be just because of the issue with the microphone. I don't know why. It just kept disconnecting itself from the computer, so I might have to. I don't know. I might have to try something if it keeps doing it. It's the first time that it's happened. I always have weird problems. I can never have something that's just nice and simple and have a nice, smooth, easy stream. There's always something that always has to bug me for whatever reason. But yes, take a nice sip of our unofficial sponsor of Dad's Root Beer that I'm addicted to.
Some dealers love it, and they like love the
Ah.
I tell them if I land it.
Very good, very good. Oh, it looks like we have Calvin. I think Calvin is
There you go.
looking to be on the waiting list to get onto the table.
Just keep it because like you can spend a long time at the table, right? Like I feel
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
the table is
absolutely.
full currently.
You can spend a lot of time at the table.
when I went to Jared the first time we did
Actions to
3
Attila.
16-hour days.
How many?
3 16-hour days in a row.
You guys are young though.
What?
You guys are young.
48?
11.
It's not 11 hours.
$11. Call. I see Attila is in the chat. Welcome, Attila.
Pretty thin, right? That's how that works?
Definitely everyone is. And then someone said give Peter $11.
Looking like we got
40
a
minutes
bet from Attila. Ace King bumping up to $11. Tony is gonna call the Ace 2 suited. Got a few callers. Everybody's getting involved.
Almost playing for stacks.
Alright.
1,700 flips in the pot.
I wonder how much I have to raise next time.
Bingo, bingo, bingo.
1 6. 1 7. You know,
That's
4.
Yeah, my 4.
I was under.
No change to my blind quick cast.
Good eye, Tony. That's why I love having Tony at the table. Keeps me honest. All right, now that this change has been settled here, let's see this flop. About time. 5, 10, 8.
20 people have runs.
Check.
I mean,
Bet 30. just gonna fire here with his ace-2 suited $30 bet.
Yeah.
In this multi-way pot. Attila's gonna throw away the ace-king as well.
Semi-bluff.
I would have flopped 2 pairs.
The ace-2 suited.
Let's build an investment in your future.
That's what it was, an investment in my future.
Tony picking up a nice sized pot, $536 in his stack, just trailing behind Corey. Corey has dwindled down a little bit, but still the biggest stack at the table.
Investment in the future. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Peter says, so little respect at this table for raises.
Yeah, I know.
Rodney Dangerfield has risen from the dead. I have absolutely no idea who that is. You now made me have to Google. I'm now like moving into Google just so I can understand your comment. Why? Because I have the time while I'm commentating here with you guys. Hand number 40.
Raise the 5 and then I raise the 10.
Rodney Dangerfield. Oh my God. You're really showing your age here, Peter. Born in 1921. Died in October 5th, 2004. Who the hell is this guy anyway? He's a stand-up comedian, actor, screenwriter, and producer. One-liner humor. Okay.
I don't know why you didn't get in.
Hottest hand of the hour.
Because
That
I'm
couldn't
first,
be.
right, I was first. No, they
About
had
8 players.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's who Rodney Dangerfield is. A comedian.
no, nothing. No. Just look for this one.
That was a good one. Actually, to me, yeah.
Oh, I see what his catchphrase is. I get no respect. I guess that makes sense. I just seen that, Peter. I get no respect. Apparently nobody's getting any, you're right, nobody's getting any respect at the table. No raises. Richard saying he is funny, love his movies. The picture of him is in black and white. How old are you, Richard?
I don't think that he's
I don't know. I feel like I'm old. I'm only 36.
I watched him play
I have no idea who this guy is.
I've watched him play.
Oh, the picture's in black and white. What do you want me to say? Yeah. I have no idea who it is. Now I have to like go and do a bunch of research.
I'm thinking about it.
That's too funny.
I'm gonna get down the street, so I'm gonna go home and shower.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Just saying.
4 players. Actions to Tony first. Check. Check.
Pocket threes, but it looks like Seb has the other 3 that he needs.
Bet is 3.
Lorraine says he was in the movie Caddyshack. Okay, well the movie sounds familiar. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Call.
Caddyshack. Oh, actually maybe I did see this movie. Okay. Yeah, maybe I did. It's been a long time though.
Check.
It's looking like Peter is going to make the call here from Seb. Misses on the river, though. Seb with the pair of 5s, looks like he's going to go for a big bet. $201 in the middle, firing out $50. Peter shoving all in with nothing but ace high. The busted heart draw. Wow, that's a bit shocking. Peter shoving all in here for $111. Man, Seb really kind of put himself into a tough spot here. I mean, trying to fire out a bet. Oh, I feel like he almost maybe has committed himself to the pot.
Nice. Hold.
Can be.
It's in the game, it just doesn't
Been watching a lot, like way too much. Lessons with Tony. There, baby.
I know, but I didn't put in too much.
I image for you. It's a little tight image.
It's hard to, when somebody says something
Well
like
played.
that, yeah. You're right. But that was not a great board for showing. That would have been a tough board to do that, actually.
Okay. Now it looks like my headset lost
Yeah,
again.
well,
I know. I just seen it cut out
I'm gonna
as I was talking.
I'm gonna limit the straddles too. You have to wait. If you
I'm
get
gonna
your
check
second
this out.
card.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I have to go
I'm
back
actually gonna
and
mute
then
the
I
mic
have
and
to
I'm
go
gonna
back.
like
stacking
unplug the
chips.
USB
I know,
microphone
no,
and
it's
like plug it
fine.
back in.
It's just gonna be.
And you-
Oh, actually, you know what? I think I just found it.
Blind bet.
Oh,
Never mind.
okay.
Sorry, it was right in front of me. The wire got pulled out briefly.
It's five.
What?
See if this fixes it. See if the
Look.
It's yeah,
I
five.
can't
Like,
say
we'll do
if I-
five. I was a little bit
Your
confused
card.
what's going on. So five is the
Don't
best.
you have to?
my list of devices there.
start
It is.
before you look at your cards?
I think I figured out the problem. I think I figured out the problem. The cord was like somewhat plugged in, but not really.
100%.
But that was, yeah.
For sure.
Again, stupid problems, stupid problems. Should be fixed for the rest of the night, though. We shouldn't have any issues. Let's see, let's see. I don't remember what I was talking about. That unbelievable bluff from Peter there with the ace high against Seb. Unfortunately, Seb didn't really have very much with the 5-3. But definitely a daring bluff from Peter, showing that he doesn't just play the nuts. He can bluff too. He's certainly come here to play tonight.
Check. Bet is 10.
Looks like we got ourselves an interesting pot brewing here. A lot of hands in the middle.
Okay. Players. Check. That's 10.
Ooh, definitely an interesting turn card. Seb ends up spiking the trip sixes. Looks like he's gonna go for some value here.
Call.
Brian is gonna call. He wants to see the river card. Brian thinking his pocket sevens might be good here. Might be a little bit worried about that jack on the river. Seb, $133 in the pot. Let's see what he decides to do. What kind of number is he gonna get?
That's 55.
$55.
He doesn't have a 6.
And he folds.
No. It's a bluff.
Sad, actually.
I tried to fake like I
Seb
had
ends
it,
up
but I
showing the
didn't,
best
you know.
hand.
Because I had it. King 6 is hot.
Picks up that pot.
Fucking handy though. It sucked that it didn't.
You didn't have a 6.
Actually, Peter bluffed me. I would have won with the King
I
6.
just don't want to see it in I wasn't
You gotta commit to the King 6, I guess. Fuck.
6s.
I should have raised bigger pre-flop.
Yeah. I wouldn't have called on a flop with more than 10 probably. King 6. I thought about folding my 6 to be honest, but I got $10. Maybe a king will come up.
Right. And then in
came
6
up.
game, you're like, sweet. Hi-ya.
Okay, so new roll with the straddle. I'm just
Hard
something
for
I'm
me to
just
bet
coming
too
up
much.
with now.
I only had sevens.
Yeah.
Pocket seven.
If you don't put your straddle in before you get your second card, then the straddle's not in play. It's just it'll make it easier. Because as soon as I give you your second card, I usually put it in like, okay, there's a straddle. So it's just makes it a little easier for me.
Gotcha.
Brian, that's
Oh,
10.
no, sorry. Wrong set.
The 10's got to stay.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem.
Yeah.
when we were at the
Here we go.
playground,
5 players
I was
going to the
practicing my
flop
French,
here.
which is absolutely horrible.
$54 in the middle. 3 diamonds come down on the board. Wow, Tyler has the only diamond here with the ace-5.
Was laughing
Nobody
and
has
kinda
a diamond.
giggling every time
A
I
bit shocking
spoke
considering
in
there's
French.
5 people in the
And
pot.
I asked her to please not laugh, and she said,
Must
well,
mean that the
I'm not
deck
laughing
is
at
very
you.
rich
I've
with
just never
diamonds.
heard anybody speak French with an English accent.
But it looks like Seb is
So
going
don't
to
roll my
fire
eyes or
out
do any of that.
$16 here, and he's
So-
going to win that pot.
Anywhere. When I
Seen a
speak
6
French,
and a
I
4 come
don't
down
know
on the
how.
river.
Can't do it. So we pull up
Very
to
quick
Tim
pot,
Hortons,
very,
and I'm
very
ordering
quick pot.
coffee for myself and for Lorraine. And I say that I want a grand of dark roast avec 12 crème, because that's how she takes her coffee. And then I ordered mine, which is a large with 2 cream and 2 sweeteners. So I just said, do a sweetener, or do a twin, or do a Splenda. I can't remember what I said. And she understood exactly what I said, and then came back with, blah, 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 blah. And I went, whoa. I said, I'm sorry, but that was my best French ever. She started laughing. She said, I just wanted to know if you wanted dark roast for your coffee too. I said, oh, I should have just said we. And I said, but my luck, I would have ended up with 24 donuts and
Here we go,
You
a
know,
limped
couple
pot.
boxes of Timbits.
Looking like a limped pot, unless Tony is going to punish these limpers. No, Tony decides to limp in on the button. Here we go. What is going to happen? Lorraine, 9-2.
If she hadn't just taken the order, I would have been so proud of myself.
Wow, everybody seems to be
And
limped in
when we
here.
left the window, she was giggling and
A
laughing.
massive $16 pot.
She said, you tried, it's okay.
There's a 10. What is this? Brian that I see as pocket kings. Looks like that limp certainly didn't work out.
Cal can go home?
Brian checking again.
That's 6.
Oh. Okay, so, like I,
Like
like
a
I
little
said,
$6
one
bet.
time the chips and I'm done
I'm a
for the
pretty
night.
tight player, actually.
From Seb, the ace 3.
I fish after.
Does he live far?
I know. That player announced.
Brian is going to call with the kings. Definitely. Tyler is going to call as well with the ace 5 suited. Imagine Brian must be a little bit worried here, considering, you know, it was a limped pot. Anybody could have a 10 in their hand.
That is 12.
A $12 bet. Brian's going to continue to call.
Brian's a non-believer.
Might be hoping and praying that a king comes down on that river. Hopefully he can get the stacks in, have some implied odds here. It'd be hard for anybody to fold a 10. And there's a queen on the river. Brian with the check mark here with the pocket kings. Still playing it a little bit slow.
Not strong enough. Yeah.
Oh, that's your sir.
Oh, that's good. Bullets. No, I'm joking.
Just kidding. Just kidding, I have 2 pair though. I do have 2 pair, but they're not gonna be kings.
Brian looks like his limp
Ooh, that's
still
a
kind of
nice
ended up working
hand,
out.
but
Very
that's
dangerous
me.
limping in early position like that with the kings looking to repop. Again, seems to be a common thing that we do that we see at the table. Players trying to disguise their hands, trying to get some money in the middle, only to repop it.
Ace 10. Ace 10 would have
You know, with the pocket kings with the premium hand. It's not a terrible strategy, although it's one that I find that people, you know, it's always a sign of strength, right? People always tend to do it with their premium hands. Brian, unfortunately, nobody ended up betting there. He ended up in a limped pot in a weird spot with his pocket kings, especially on a paired board. Anybody could have had a 10 there, but he lost. Or he ended up winning the pot either way. But if somebody had a 10 there, he pretty much lost the minimum, I guess.
Call.
Illegal raise score, you can't raise more.
Check. 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 That's 5.
Investment in the future.
I can support that.
Call. Call.
Ace king 7 down on the board. Tony ends up betting $5 with the ace-3.
Call it diversify your bonds.
It's like he's gonna still get a couple callers here. Brian has the king and now has hit the backdoor flush draw with the king-6. It's gonna increase his equity a little bit. He's about 32% to win this hand.
Let's see the river.
Denise with the king-jack. Tony playing it a little bit slow, a little bit of pot control. Brian ends up getting the check mark. He hits his backdoor flush. The nuts with the king,
Bet is 20.
the king of spades.
Call.
Firing out a little $25 bet. Denise is going to call with the king-jack. It ended up hitting the 2-pair on the river.
King 6 is not so. Oh, good flush.
Oh, Brian didn't even see that he had the flush.
Can I have,
He almost
five
mucked his
back?
hand.
Oh, geez, sorry about that.
Slow roll, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh.
You didn't mark the hand.
Ooh, dirty, dirty, dirty. Brian didn't know that he had the flush.
King 6. Sorry about that.
Ooh, yucky.
Cards speak for themselves.
Yep, Denise ended up having the 2-pair with the king-jack on the river, but Brian unfortunately didn't see that he had the backdoor flush draw. He didn't notice that he had the nuts. It was the nut hand in there. Yeah.
You're not straddling this hand?
I can't.
Well, fuck, it's the only hand you play pre-flop.
I know.
Tony throwing some digs over at Colby.
My VPIP 0.02%.
Yeah, really?
0.0.
Call.
0.02. I don't even know what that means. What's a VPIP?
Voluntary putting,
Put money in the pot.
Voluntarily putting money in the pot.
yeah, pretty much going to your
How
flop
many-
every
how
time.
many
So
How many
how
flops
many-
do you see?
You ain't roll then.
Well, I see all of them.
Technically, you don't have to see a flop for it to count to your VPIP.
No.
If you call the $1 and then I raise it and you
Raise
fold to
eight.
the raise, you still count towards your VPIP as a call.
Really?
Okay. But I see
Because
every
you called
flop.
the original raise.
Because I'm sitting here
Players
with
talking
no
about the
cards.
VPIPs.
I still see a flop. My VPIP should be 100%.
VPIPs will be very high on this table. We've seen a lot of limping. A lot of very loose calls.
Flops played before.
Call.
I know why the popcorn is so salty.
I thought those were suited.
Yes.
Is it really salty this time?
Yeah.
Oh, it
To
burns.
buy more drinks.
Ah, yes.
If it's too salty, though, it burns your mouth.
Yeah.
You foiled my plan.
That's what they do with it.
Actually, still right. Check. Check. Check and check.
Kobe's in? I thought it was Brian.
Colby's
Still
in,
right?
but that's only because he didn't forget to fold his cards.
Check. Check.
Because I get to check down to the river here. Boo.
Okay, I'll lower it. 11. Make it hard not to call.
It's not hard for me not to call.
9447.
Watch how fast that gets folded.
Yeah.
He would have folded
Little
if
bet
he
of
had bet
$11
As soon
here
as
from
you
Seb.
said
Corey ends up
11
calling.
and didn't even throw any
Ends up
chips in,
spiking the
folded
jack
it.
on the
I
river.
can't wait for you guys to see how many boards I
Seb was just bluffing.
You don't, you,
You
there's
don't
this
have to
game
hit
called
them.
poker. You don't need to have the best hand.
No,
You can, it's called bluffing.
Yeah, sometimes you can.
$20 bet.
You should probably have a bluff catcher somewhere though.
Fuck that, just push money. Just keep pushing money.
Just keep pushing.
Just keep betting.
Just keep
Push
pushing.
money, just keep betting. Like you got the fucking aces.
You can always go home and just print more.
That's right.
Okay.
Corey's gonna call.
Go
He's
home,
gonna have the best
print
hand
more,
here.
Put him in the dryer with you know, like.
Winning a
crumble 'em up
$96
little bit so they look
pot.
used and You're good to go.
He's got a short wind.
Just like
Yeah.
I tried to
Corey
buy it.
picking up a nice little pot. Hitting that jack on the river.
I get to play normally 3 hands in a row. I play a straddle. I get the big blind. I get the small blind.
3 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm 3. I'm
So
normally
your
3.
VPIP is 33%.
I might raise $3 just to watch Colby
Nice
fold.
one. Likely, actually.
VPIP 33% because you see the flop on the Big blind,
My
small
last,
blind,
my
and the
last
straddle.
game too was like
9 viewers over on YouTube. Looks like the YouTubers are dwindling away
10 players deep.
at tonight's stream.
36%.
Hasn't been a ton of action. Haven't really seen too many big pots thus far in the game.
What's action?
Pocket fours here for Tyler.
Seven all in.
It ain't much, but it's all I got.
All in. It says 33. It's actually wrong here.
32, I think.
No, that would be 30. So 35. 37.
Tyler's gonna limp in here with the dollar.
37.
37 all in.
Even better.
Okay.
Better than 33.
Denise
Maybe I have
shoving
32.
all in here with the ace queen, $37.
I was thinking.
So re-raise to 70.
Attila waking up with pocket aces. Wow. Wow, we've seen seen the Rockets get shoved into twice tonight.
37.
First it was Tony
That'd be 74.
with the ace 10 versus Corey's aces. And now it's Attila's aces versus Denise's
Overrated.
ace queen.
Oh, actually, I gotta technically, yeah, it's only $1, but I gotta make it 74. 74.
Yeah, 'cause you bought something at the canteen, so you can't give me 75.
It's like Attila is going to 3-bet here to $74.
74 and a chicken McNuggets.
Oh, fuck, I feel
Oh,
like
I ordered those at McDonald's when we were in Montreal too. Poulet McCroquette.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Then she said in French, "What kind of sauce do you want?" And I was like,
Access.
"Excuse me?"
How do you say sweet and sour? That's what I want to know.
She said,
Looks like all the
she
other
said,
players are going to get out of the way here.
What?
You're really, no, the last couple of translations you're hitting really good, I think.
It's like Tyler is going to put it all in here.
Well, I needed to be back by Friday, so.
Is that the time you were looking for a new prime minister when you were
Yeah,
there?
no,
shoot,
I don't
Put
know.
that in the wrong.
She's
And
French,
put
I mean,
37,
maybe.
37 is
Doesn't even
74.
matter
and
if you
put
have the
74.
Try to get this pot figured out here. Always these 37 bets all in. Trying to get side pots all figured out.
74, and then he gets all the blinds and stuff. So,
74, it's more than 74.
Three times.
It's 3, there's 2 players.
Yep.
So it's 3 times 37.
Yeah, 3 times 37, so we 90 something.
74 for the side pot. is what
Oh,
I'm trying to
sorry.
say.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
Oh, we're all
You're on.
yeah, sorry. I was like, why is it
You are
going?
rolling?
Yeah.
Looking like they're only just running a queen, 1 queen and 1 4 left in the deck.
I got pair of queens, ace high.
Attila
Gigantic.
kind of slow rolling yet again.
Slow roll. You big jerk. Why would you slow roll that?
What did I slow roll?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, why did, yeah.
What did I slow roll?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know
You
why
only
you-
had pocket aces.
It's
A
not
little bit.
It's not
It was a little bit of a slow roll, waiting for everybody else to flip their hand before flipping yours when you were the last aggressor in the pot. Definitely,
I asked if it's on and
I don't know. You guys decide in the chat what you think about that one. It is what it is.
We're charging you $2 for a slow roll.
Dark. Has anyone talked about how YouTube is going to crack down more on the gambling
$2
content?
for the slow roll,
I actually,
that's
believe it or not,
penalty.
I was doing some reading today on it, on the YouTube policies that are changing.
come back and
It's mostly, I don't think poker is really going to get hit hard with it. I think it will be fine because there are just certain countries that are not allowed to advertise with
Oh, I had ace queen.
content like
Four
that.
comes too high.
Most of them are good, like Canada, United
Slow
States,
roll that they have pocket
and Mexico. Like they're all fine with their laws and stuff for gambling content, promoting online gambling content. But it was kind of like what they were talking about was more like cryptocurrencies and stuff, and just talking about a lot of the crypto scams that are happening. So that's kind of what that was all about. I did do a little bit of research on it, not too deep, but it's. But yeah, that's pretty much what that is about.
Call. Fold.
But I think poker will be fine.
Lucky
Well,
it wasn't a dollar
at least
more
what
price.
I am doing should be fine. I know they were cracking down on the WPT stuff with Hustler at one point. But I don't know. I thought that stuff got figured out because Hustler's technically back onto YouTube now with the same sponsors. So pretty sure that stuff got figured out. And that's probably why YouTube is fixing their policies, right? 'Cause they're trying to target the gambling content, but they're not targeting poker in specifically.
Yes. Yeah,
They're going after more just other stuff.
Oh, you can just keep it for next
More
time.
unregulated stuff, basically.
Is that okay or no?
Basically, it's like me saying, "Hey, I'm taking bets here. I'm gonna start a book. We're gonna see who can have the top stack here tonight." You know, like that's like, I don't know. Like that's just it's illegal gambling, pretty much, right? Where there be, it's not what YouTube wants, basically. That was just a quick example. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't. I don't think it will affect my content. But let's move into the hand here. It looks like Attila has actually turned a flush, $92 in the middle. Corey has the king of clubs, the nut club on the board, and a royal draw. Jack of clubs would be a royal flush.
Is that different from normal?
No,
Is Reckless a bad player?
if he's not hitting, he's reckless. He's a bad player.
Like Lorraine is gonna fold.
Open seat.
Corey's gonna chase for that last club. Looking for that jack of clubs. Are we gonna see a royal tonight? Rub that in Kevin Martin's face. Looks like it's not gonna happen though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Matt texted me.
Yeah. There's, I can almost guarantee Matt's not getting in tonight. There's like, yeah, there's unless Seb like turns away, and then there's Colby. I imagine your friend probably. I don't know if he's gonna be in, but there might be a chance. But 30, 40.
As long as
Little
I'm
$40 bet here from Attila. Corey's just gonna throw it away.
He wouldn't know.
I don't know.
Attila had the flush. Yes, but that online gambling content. You know, we'll kind of talk back on that. It was, yeah, it was meant to target other stuff, is what I kind of mentioned. So I think YouTube stuff would be fine. Shouldn't affect me any. But it was an interesting kind of read, but it was like, I didn't feel like it was anything related to poker. The sites that I kind of feel like might have a problem are sites that offer other things other than poker, right? Where GG might offer like some sports bettings or something on their site, or like other stuff. I don't know. Again, it wasn't very specific. YouTube is always very broad, and it's very hard to figure out what's kind of going on in their mind. I mean, look, they banned Hustler, right? Hustler Casino, which is like the biggest stream on YouTube.
Zero faith.
So,
Sorry, best comeback ever.
very interesting.
I have zero faith.
I'm giving him $1.
Call message Skander?
No. Skander never messaged me.
He told me to message him because
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's there's a list. So.
Huh?
There's a list.
Okay.
So I probably.
I normally have weights over here.
Good luck, all in. This is your comeback right here. I can feel it.
Check.
So there are no opposites, right?
Well, you're gonna have $7 when this hand's done, and then you're gonna turn that into like $50 the hand after.
Did you even look? Oh, you shouldn't look.
Yeah, you shouldn't have looked. It's always better not to look. And then
What do we
look
got
at the
here?
end.
Lorraine's in here with an ace-10. Like, she has the best hand here, 35%. Or no, well, I guess Brian, 38% with the club draw.
Try and make you look.
Again, remember, these are real-time percentages. It does take consideration of people's people who have folded their hands and those cards.
Right beside Dave, I get to see all the cards.
Just for you,
Oh yeah, that's right. Fold. Call.
It's like, Calvin is going to be jumping into the game now that a seat has opened.
Check in the smoke.
Fuck. Spaced out.
Check. That was 25.
No, it's just
Ah, Isaac is back. Ladies and gentlemen, Isaac has jumped into the chat. Hello from South Florida. Hello, Isaac. Welcome. Welcome to the live stream. Glad you can make it tonight. Got a situation here. Brian is chasing his flush draw with the 9-2. Tyler seems to be all in for $1.
Brian's first.
Looks like Lorraine has hit trip 10s. She's going to shove all in here.
Okay,
You win the side. You should buck your hand and give him $7.
That's 10.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
No.
Here we go. Lorraine's going to take down that
I
pot.
tried to get her to muck her
Got
hand.
another seat
I would've
open
taken
for
it.
tonight.
I mucked my hand and gave you the
See a couple
$7.
people jumping into the chat now. We got Isaac from Florida. Welcome, Isaac. Glad you guys could make it. And Lucas Vance. What is up, All Out? Welcome, Lucas. Thanks for tuning in tonight on the All Out Poker live stream. Got ourselves a 1-1 cash game, max of $120 buy-in, or half the biggest stack. That is how we run the cash games. Somebody like Calvin, for example, that we see is just jumping into the table here. Just marking down player times and stuff, just trying to keep the game organized. That is not a book that is being run. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I know it looks that way, but that's not what it is at all.
We don't want to hear it. You didn't give him $7.
Not what that is. But Calvin looking like he's gonna bump it up here. We have, you know, the max buy-in was $120 or half the biggest stack at the table. So we will have the option to actually buy in. I think for almost $350. I think at this point, with Corey, looking at Corey's stack, he's been the biggest stack at the table for most of this cash game. But Calvin looks like he's gonna opt in for a $200 buy-in. So we jumping in here. The Alex Day over on YouTube. Hey man, what's up? Stream looks great. Thanks, Alex. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, okay.
Glad. I'm always good. I love it when you guys jump into the chat. Makes me all happy. People to chat with. Lucas is saying he hosted a 1-2 Saturday and won a 1K pot.
They know.
Flop 2 pair against top pair, top kicker, and a flush draw. Wow. Ooh, dicey. Definitely a little bit of a sweat, but a 1K pot at a 1-2 game. Wow, that's a big one. Congrats on that one, Lucas.
What are you in for, Calvin?
200.
Raise to 2.
Looks like Attila is going to bump it up to $2. Tony with pocket 9s right behind is going to bump it up to 15. Peter's going to make the call.
On kings. Almost ace magnet. Yeah, good call. I'm definitely
Quite a
playing
few
against
callers.
Tony. For
Yeah,
sure.
I kind of figured. And Attila never believes me, so I always get everybody else.
Yeah, the hell is everybody else? Well, I know you're only playing like 10-7, so I'm not afraid of you unless the 10 comes out.
Here we go.
The two cards.
Moving into this flop. Ace, 7, 10 down on this
Brian's
flop.
two
Looks like
pair.
Peter has actually hit top pair here with the ace king. I think he didn't opt for a 3-bet here. Didn't want to squeeze Tony. Actually, I guess it wouldn't have been a squeeze. Looks like he didn't want to 3-bet Tony.
Say he's calling for
Tony
sure.
fired here. Started the aggression here with the pocket 9s. It's like everybody, no respect. No respect at the table.
Tony, we had the best hand.
Still 4 people going to this pot. $155 in the middle of this 1-1 game.
Check.
Everybody's playing it a little bit slow. Lorraine's going to check here with the queen 10. Wow. Wow, the 2 aces come down on the board. Brian with the ace deuce. Peter with the ace king firing out a $25 bet. Lorraine is going to make the call here with the queen 10. Brian's going to call. Peter is going to pick up a solid pot here with ace king. Hitting that ace on the river.
The ace comes. Well, if the queen comes, get her backdoor stuff.
Gonna be pocket 10.
Wow, what a pot from Peter, $231. Very nice, very nice. Alex
That's too much power.
says, how long have you been streaming poker? Basically, I've been doing this. I think the channel started about a year and a half ago. Just kind of started and progressing up to this point, believe it or not, of doing the live streaming. But basically we started this in December, so this is the live stream part is actually somewhat recent. but I've been running an RFID table here now for over a year and a half. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, hard to get away
Yeah,
from that one.
Alex says, with this type of game, do you take?
Peter, straddle play.
Do I take? I don't really understand. Lucas, what's the biggest pot with your 1-1 game? That's a good question. That is a good question. There is no rake, Alex. If that's what I see. Just seeing that's what you're asking. There is no rake at this game.
Call.
There is no rake here, so there's no money coming off the table. It's a fully legal game. And just trying to bring some good poker action to the local community and all of you guys here on the internet. You know, it is the lowest stake stream that I've seen on the internet. I don't think you'll see anything smaller than a 1-1 game. So it does kind of give a new concept. Sometimes people just get tired of seeing all of the high stake stuff over on Hustlers. So maybe be a nice change. It's looking like Attila is going to 3-bet into Peter here. Peter has pocket kings.
The best night for me for dealing. Okay, so there's 4 to you.
Thank you.
And it looks like Attila and Peter are going to go see a flop here. Peter's just going to flat call here with the kings in position over Attila.
That's 75. Call.
$75 bet from Attila. Peter is going to call. This pot is getting pretty interesting. That diamond down on the board. Neither player has a diamond.
Check.
Peter seems a little bit worried about it. Going to play the kings a little bit slower. Now there's a 4-card straight on the board with the flush draw. Attila checking, Peter checking behind. Peter's kings is going to be the best hand. $275 pot.
Button's good.
Very nice, very nice.
Little insurance bet.
See our chip counts here. Peter's actually moved himself up to the biggest stack at the table at $676. Now taking the top spot. Corey is still in second place with his chip stack. Let's see. I see you guys in the chat. Lucas says, I've been subbed for at least a year. Good tournament video, too. Thanks, Lucas. Thank you. Very kind of you. I've been, it's been kind of progressing. We've been kind of all over the place. I was doing film stuff here for the tournaments, doing some recap videos and all that kind of stuff. I feel like the live stream is just better. I can chat with you guys. It is better overall, right? So that's kind of what I want from that. It seems to be doing better. Just analytic-wise for YouTube stats and stuff. People like watching the live games. They like interacting with us live. So just watching just a low-stakes game without really any commentary or anything can be kind of boring. So. Lucas says he loves the low-stakes videos. They're more relatable. Yeah, I thanks. I kind of agree with you, right? You know, these are typical players that you would be playing at a low stakes at like a 1-3 game at the casino. So, something that I like as well. You know, you're not going to see really any pros at the table. Very rarely would I say that there's some pros at the table, but there are some very, very solid players. And believe it or not, there has been a pro at the game, but not anybody famous. So I'm not going to mention who it is.
No, it's not
So don't ask. So we've got a $30 bet here from Attila. He has 2 pair with the Jack-9. Tony. 2 overcards with a gut shot. He's going to look him up.
Call. Fold.
So Tony is going to make the call here. Ryan is going to make the call here with the 8-7.
Fold.
Every text you get,
Heads up. Or, sorry, not heads up. 3 players.
Attila's action here. Still with the best hand here with the Jack 9.
Yeah, Skender, if you want the seat, it's yours.
I check.
Check, check.
Looks like we have another player that is interested in joining the game, as we just had an open seat. Brian here. Wow.
I believe that is 80.
Brian going for a bluff here. $80. Both players showing some weakness behind. Attila putting him in a bit of a tough spot. Do you think he hit the straight?
Okay, sure.
Have to be playing some sort of hand like a 10-8 would have had to flop the straight. That queen didn't really change much on that end. Or a king 10. Even hitting a gut shot. Fortunately, I think Attila might have to pay him off here. The size of that bet. Might have a better 2 pair as well. A queen jack could have gotten there.
I cleaned this one. Yeah, so you can see.
He's gonna call. Attila making the correct call here versus Brian. Let's see what Tony's gonna do. He just hit top pair here. Does Tony think that his top pair with the king kicker is the best hand after an $80 bet and Attila calling behind? $316 in the middle. Tony definitely has a little bit of a decision on his hands. Let's see what he's going to do. He's counting out some chips. It's Tony's birthday today. Give Tony a big happy birthdays in the chat. Fortunately, not a great present. He has the, does not have the best hand here. And he's been put in a tough spot. Happy birthday for the tough spot. That's your present. You get a tough decision. Definitely is having a hard time letting it go, but he does let it go. A great fold from Tony.
Pair sevens. Jack 9.
Attila winning that pot. Wow, a nice $316 pot here with the Jack 9. A big pot from Attila. Ooh. Things are getting juicy now that the stacks are getting deeper and deeper as we are getting longer into this cash game. You know, we're going to see some bigger pots, some more exciting pots.
I was afraid of this.
Seeing what you guys are saying here in the chat. Alex says, cool man, this looks like a game I would like to play. Yes. Yeah, it's definitely a fun game. It's a different concept.
It's a jam knowing Brian's
I was suspicious why Brian didn't go away.
There we go. Yeah, it's a pretty good game. Truthfully, I wish I could play in my own game, but I got to take care of all the production and dealing and all that kind of stuff. So I can't play. I wouldn't be able to focus in it.
No, I didn't actually.
Let's see. Lucas says, "Damn, Peter's got to at least block bet in that position." He must be talking about the Kings.
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay, we're good.
10 very bad for Brian. 80 to win, 240. Got to call.
Call.
Yeah, 10 would not have been a very good card to see there.
7.
Right, there was what, King Jack 9 down on the board?
Call.
Yeah, 10 would not have been a very good card. He would have had a lower end part of the straight. That would have given Tony the larger straight.
Call.
What do we got here? A non-respected $7 bet.
Call.
72 people to the block.
You didn't have $7?
Here we go. No, he didn't have $7.
I didn't feel it. Not with
8 players.
Not with what I had.
If you don't have
8 players into this pot.
Yeah, didn't have the whites, so we can't get in.
$56 in the middle.
Check. 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 Check.
See Lorraine's in here with an ace jack. Queen 10 for Attila. Attila just hit the queen.
Check. Check.
Everybody's just checking around. The check-in train.
No, friendly
Check-in train
game.
is here.
Don't try to get ridiculous.
What is going on here?
Favorite number 30.
5.
I don't know why that didn't show up on my
Five, he
alerts.
said 5.
The bindings.
35.
I just got a $10 from Red Drum Rocks. Pair character flying in the air with a red cape and a smile on his face. Big thanks to Red. Congratulations, Red. You are the very first player
Emphasize on the 5.
to tip on this live stream.
I'll allow it because
So a big thank you to Red for that $10 donation. Very much respected. Congratulations, Red. You have officially made history
We're gonna rabbit hunt this one.
on the AOP stream.
Because I'd have called 5.
It's Sloppy. Sloppy donating $10.
Well, Gory
Thank
mentioned
you,
30,
Sloppy.
so
Really
35,
appreciate that.
as he was, 35.
As I said, you made history. You are officially the first person to donate to the stream.
Oh, you mean that?
That can't go together.
Goes in the pot. Goes in the
It's looking like Attila is going to pick up that $91 pot. $91 pot.
If it would have been 5,
Yeah.
I would have given you the 20.
Woohoo. Yeah, woohoo is right. Big shout out to Sloppy. That $10 donation. Big thank you, man. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I said okay.
Every little bit helps. We're going for some upgrades. We're going to try to improve this stream as best as we can. So all the support. Much love for me, man. Thank you. Thank you for that. Very good. Hope you're doing well tonight. Got a very interesting stream tonight. The stacks are getting a little bit deeper. We have some players that are going to be joining here in the game in a little bit, as we do have an open seat currently, but they are on their way.
With a slow roll and,
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough night on cam. Tough night on cam.
Especially when we see that one. It does
Call. Hold.
nothing
need
better
to
than
drink
a
alcohol.
sandwich.
Looking like we got ourselves a limping train starting again. Tony's on the button. Let's see if Tony is going to punish the limpers. He has been pushing the buttons with that. Oh, look at Attila is actually going to be the one. He's got pocket 9s in the cutoff, bumping it up to $15, punishing those limpers. That's what we say. All these limped pots. I'm going to punish them. Although, does it really seem like punishing when the races don't get respected? We got 5 players going to this flop here. Nobody's respecting the bets. We got a 10-6 suited in there. We got a Jack-7 suited. We have an Ace-King. Queen-7 suited. At least some of the hands are suited.
That's the reason I put it in, so I changed for next round.
Let's see what develops on this flop.
Super focused tonight.
Ooh, Ace-King for Peter, flopping top pair.
Bet
We'll blame
is
it on the
26. Yeah. Yeah.
Tony ends up having a queen-high flush draw. Peter's going to fire out $26.
Hold.
Tony's going to make the call.
Okay, heads up. $25. Call.
Wow, that 9 comes down on the turn. Attila would have ended up hitting his set, but look at this. Tony ended up hitting the flush on the river. How dirty of a pot would this have gotten if had Attila continued on that flop? He's going to feel good about his fold once he sees Tony's Queen-7. That's if he does see it. Can't see how Peter... It's certainly a tough spot for Peter here. $245 in the middle. Tony firing out a value bet, $65. We just got ourselves another donation. Ben donating $6.99. Thank you, man. Ben, big shout out to you. Second person to donate on the stream. Big shout out to you guys. Man, you guys are amazing. Amazing.
Just to blog the way.
Looks like Peter's going to make the call here, the $65. He's going to get the bad news. Tony ends up having the queen-high flush. Tony picking up that pot. Look at our pre-flop betting here. Brian is actually 32%. Attila 26%. Everyone's hovering around the 20% mark. Colby and Calvin. Calvin just joined the game, but Colby is at a staggering 9%. Colby hasn't been getting very lucky tonight, especially when it comes to hands. He's been quite card dead so far on the table, so it's not surprising to see that percentage a little bit lower. But the celebrities here on this stream, we have Sloppy donating $10 and Ben donating $6.99. Man, you guys are awesome. Seriously, you guys are awesome.
I already messaged.
You guys are fantastic. I really appreciate the support. You guys warm my heart with your dollars.
That is 10.
We're going to improve this stream. We're going to put Atlantic Canada, poker for Atlantic Canada on this map. We're going to start bringing these bigger events here to Atlantic Canada. We'll see what we can do in the future.
Fold. Fold. Call.
Call.
Call. Call.
It's my brother from another mother right here. So he was right.
It's looking like we have a bet of $10 here from Calvin with the King 10 entering this game. Just starting to learn that nobody's going to respect these bets. A $15 bet from Calvin here.
Call. Fold. Fold.
I'll give him his change.
Something like it did manage to actually narrow down the field a little bit. Seb is just chasing a heart draw. Calvin here with the King High. It's hard to believe that Calvin's King High is actually the best hand. But Seb is just chasing the hearts. But we see he does actually have pair possibilities. Oh, and there it is, the heart on the river. Seb has the check mark here. Calvin's going to bet $40. Seb's definitely going to be opting for a bet here. How much is he going to bet? Trying to get Calvin to call. Calvin's just bluffing, though. Wow, Seb just flat calls here with the flush. That's a bit shocking. I almost expected a raise there.
I thought maybe he'd be good.
Seb was just a little bit paranoid. Maybe thinking that Calvin might have had the better flush and didn't want to risk it.
Flush and a straight, both on the river.
We see Tony now. Tony is actually the top stack at the table, $606. Wow, we got ourselves a new chip leader at the cash game. See, Lorraine is saying hi to Sloppy. It's having some chats.
$2 are fine.
Straddle and play.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got a straddle in play.
Fold. $2 action here. That's 7. Fold. Call.
Man, it's such a good price, right? It's hard to back up, Corey.
Looking like Lorraine.
Drop the settings, make it easier for you to change.
Call.
Lorraine is going to make the call here with the King Queen. Thought it looked like a bet, but it's just a call.
You gotta defend the straddle.
They don't know that. They don't know that.
We got a five-way pot here. $37 in the middle.
Cards are coming right up right here.
Okay, wiring first.
King 6-9. Top pair for Lorraine.
That's 15. Call.
Yeah.
Fold.
Can always have it.
Firing out a little $15 bet. Brian is going to continue.
Pay that man his money.
We got another super chat from Brady Spencer.
Oh, Maureen's first.
$6.99. Thank you, Brady, for that donation. Wow, we got ourselves an all-in here. King Queen shoving from Lorraine, just her last $30 that she had in her stack. Brian ended up having his favorite hand, 6-4.
You're done.
Spiked the 6 on the turn.
6-4.
The 60. The Nintendo, right? 6-4?
He's
64?
not lying to you, that is his favorite hand.
Yeah, 6-4.
Here we go. Big shout out to Brady now. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys. Man. We just had the donations just set up for this stream. You guys are already donating. Big shout out to you guys. You guys are amazing. So thank you guys for the support. Much love from me. We're gonna try to bring this. We're gonna try to grow this poker thing and, as I said, get Atlantic Canada on the map. So all of the support, you know, is very, very much appreciated. So thank you guys. We even have a Nightbot showing his support in the stream, sharing our Amazon store link. I get a lot of messages about what I use for equipment and stuff. So you guys are interested. You see all the wires on all the camera gear and lights and stuff like that. If you guys are interested in seeing what I use for live streaming equipment, you can go check out that affiliate store on Amazon. It gives a little bit of kickback if people decide to purchase anything. But it's a good starting point for people looking to get into their own stream, or maybe even just trying to price out their own production. It is not cheap. It's not cheap. I'm just going to warn you.
That's 15.
Tony here with the Ace Queen, bumping it up to $15. Peter's going to call here with the King Jack. Lorraine here, 10-7 suited on the button. Not a great flop for Tony. Definitely a very wet board. 9-6-7, 2 diamonds. Peter has the only diamond in this hand. Ooh, that 10 certainly doesn't help. Now Lorraine has actually hit 2 pair, but it does complete the flush. An 8 gives a straight out on the board.
That is 20.
Just going to take a little stab at it, firing out a $20 bet. Tony throws away the Ace Queen. Let's see if Peter doesn't want to chase the flush, and he would have hit it on the river. The Queen of Diamonds would have came down on the river. Peter would have ended up hitting the flush with the King of Diamonds. What a fold from Peter. Bit of an interesting fold. He did have a jack in his hand as well. Yeah, I mean that 10 also gave him some straight draws as well. That's actually kind of a big fold from Peter, believe it or not. He had quite a bit of outs. Queen would have gave him a straight, right? 9, 10, jack, queen, king, yeah, and an 8. So he was technically, basically, open-ended with a king high flush draw.
Huh? Who's that?
Might have missed that one, or it could have been a card reader error. We never know. Just never know. Never know.
Sounds familiar, so.
He plays like every hand he plays. He's got deep pockets.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's who I'm thinking of then.
We got Attila.
He's like Mark. He's actually like Mark on steroids.
Yeah. Mark is pretty efficient on his dip.
So we've got ourselves a little limp pot.
Pay that man his money.
Curtis Brooks
Good thing call out though. when
sending
it's
out
on,
a
you know, when you miss it.
$13.99
Often I-
Canadian donation saying, "Let's go, Tony!" They're cheering for Tony. Tony is certainly going to become the fan favorite, I think, on this stream.
Just for my V-kit.
Mr. Ham Sandwich himself playing the 2-3. We're going to make that an Atlantic Canada hand. I've already heard it at the casino personally, even from people that I don't even really know, talking about the ham sandwich.
Call. Okay, 4 players. Oh, okay, 4 here.
I know most people call it the dirty diaper, but it's the ham sandwich here. So big shout out to Curtis. Thank you, Curtis, for that donation.
Check. 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 Check.
2, 4, 5, 6. Two flush draws out there, the hearts and the clubs. Brian has the nut club draw. He's gonna fire at a $15 bet, trying to build up this pot. With that bet, it puts $89 in the middle.
Fold. Fold.
Flip it up.
I can't, no.
Call.
Not ambidextrous.
I'm not amphibious.
Heads up.
Lorraine is gonna make the call here.
Brian's first. Check.
Looking to chase her open-ended. Ends up hitting a pair of queens on the river. Maybe she thinks it's good. Brian was just going for a bluff. Lorraine ended up kind of getting there on the river. The bluff might have worked from Brian most of the time, maybe a little bit higher. There was quite a bit in that pot. Lorraine ends up picking up a $185 pot. See, Attila is now the top stack at the table. 585, 578 for Tony. Peter's 500. Everybody's sitting around that 500 mark. It's going to be an interesting stream. And now that the stacks are getting deep, always love deep stack poker. Always makes for a good entertaining content. You start seeing some 3 bets and 4 bets. That's what we want to see here at poker.
I was too, trust me.
So big shout out to Curtis. Donating the $13.99, man. Thank you for that, for all that support. Much appreciated, man. Thank you.
You're sneaky.
That's 10. Call. Fold.
Not yet.
Looks like we got a bet to $10 here from Tony. Again,
Call.
the raises have not been getting
Call.
respected here on this table.
Checking the smoke.
Oh.
Just for Tony.
All the way around.
Trademark.
Tony.
I'm checking that smoke too.
Oh,
Since I'm behind.
Tony wouldn't check. He's a chicken.
Oh, I can't check. I've made this
It's up to him already.
Fairly good flop for Tony, hitting the top pair,
Since I was right after him, you know.
as Curtis said in the chat. Let's go, Tony.
Oh, well now.
Firing out a $16 bet. Corey also has a pair of aces. He's going to call. It's looking like Brian's going to call with the 10-7 as well. Everybody has a tiny piece of it. Here's what Seb's going to do. He does have 8-7 here. He does have a pair of 7s, but he also has some backdoor draws. There's a lot of turn cards that could help him. He decides to throw it away. $98 in the middle.
Check.
9 of hearts comes down. Doesn't really change too much, although it kind of may give Tony some kicker problems if a card higher than a 10 comes down. Ooh, which it does. It's actually going to be a split pot now between Tony and Corey, both with a pair of aces and pair of 9s with the king kicker. It's just Brian that's in this pot. See if Brian wants to take a stab. Tony bets $10. Corey calls. Brian just going to throw it in the mucker. Is he going to go for a bluff?
Ace.
Does fold, and we got ourselves a split pot. A little choppy. Here we go. Nothing like a little chop pot. Everybody loves a chop pot, except Tony. He didn't want to see a card over a 10.
I didn't.
I know everybody's singing it at the table. Everybody loves a chop pot, except Tony. Tony wanted all that money there.
Oh yeah. Except the guy who was ahead on the river.
Deuce on the river or 10? I would take the deuce. Deuce on the river with a...
Got a good cash game thus far. Things are starting to get a little spicy now. Now that stacks are getting deeper. So we got 17 viewers over on YouTube. Big shout out to everybody on YouTube. Wow, we actually have 0 viewers over on Facebook. Something must be wrong there. That doesn't seem right. I gotta go check to see if that's actually still running. Pocket aces. Let's move into this hand. Pocket aces for Tony. Bumping it up to $10. Tony, pocket aces, the fan favorite on the stream. Got himself a cheerleading squad.
What's up? Yeah, that's me.
Fires out $10. Doesn't really get much action though. Calvin and Attila are both going to call 4-3 and 7-4. I think Calvin and Attila hit the pair of fours. A little heart draw out there. Tony does have the ace of hearts. $31 in the middle. Going to get checked over to him.
He checks our access to Tony.
Tony going for a pot-sized bet.
Why so much, man?
31.
31.
Yeah, right. I don't think he remembers 31.
Wow.
Calvin is probably wondering if that's a bluff bet or not.
Call.
Calvin is going to call here with his bottom pair.
Pull. Okay, heads up. First.
Calvin still doesn't really improve. He needs a 7 or a 4 here. You can see one of the 4s was folded from Attila. So he does only have 4 outs. Tony putting on the pressure, making it $65. Calvin kind of mentioned that he doesn't believe that Tony had any of that. Calvin's alarm bells are going on. He does only have the bottom pair here. Does he want a hero call?
I still don't think you have any of it, but I'll let you have it just for your birthday.
Just for his birthday.
Tony picking up that pot, $158 pot with his bet.
We got it.
Trouble's coming down.
I bet you have
Very
like
nice.
12
Tony
cards.
hitting the top chip stack at the table, $653.
Maybe both.
See Colby sitting there with the lowest stack, 39.
Play moves or?
Buttons on
Good there. Should have switched sheet right before I sit down.
And we have a new player entering. Everybody,
325 is the
Skender is jumping into the cash game. He's going to wait one hand because we cannot post blinds with the tablet.
Unbelievable.
Does not give us that option.
It's up to me.
Fold. Call. Fold. 15 is the bet. Fold.
It's like a $15 bet
15.
from Brian with the ace 4.
Call. Call.
Looks like Seb is going to make the call here with the ace 4 suited.
I don't know. We'll see. Where's Tony? We're
Tilla's going to call with king 2 suited.
Birthday boy.
Birthday boy.
Hey, brother.
I know you didn't recognize him, he looks younger, right?
Yeah.
Once you turn 50, you start counting backwards.
Yeah, he's 31 right now.
Benjamin Button next up.
Okay, 3 players.
3 players going to this flop.
Roll her out.
Ooh, 3 10s down on the board. Of course, nobody has quads.
That is 25.
Tilla's going to try to take a stab at it here. He does have the pair of kings. He does have a boat. 10s over king. Fairly large bet. You'd almost think you'd want somebody to catch up a little bit. But it looks like Seb is going to make the call. He's a non-believer, but Seb ends up hitting the flush, the nut flush on the river. Tilla firing out another $25 value bet. Does Seb believe him? He re-raises to $75. Only has a nut flush. There's 3 10s down on the board. Looks like he doesn't believe Attila or something. He does make the call with the king. A boat beats a flush though. Nice $247 pot headed to Attila's way.
They could have not showed up.
Wow, unbelievable. What a pot. What a pot indeed. Attila picking up that pot with the pair of kings, the 3 10s down on the board. A bit shocked that Seb decided to re-raise in that spot, especially where it was only a $25 bet. Might have just... It could have been a bluff, I guess, right? Maybe he was just trying to represent the boat. Maybe he didn't see the boat. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It looks like Skender is going to be jumping into this cash game. Things are about to get exciting. Skender is an action player.
Straddle in play.
Straddle in play. Corey is going to straddle under the gun.
Yes, sir. What, pardon me? Yes. 3 bills?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Skender's going to jump in here with $300.
Calvin and Skender just came in. For the straddles, what I'm doing now is you can only straddle up to the point where I give you the second card. Or your second card, basically. No, like, delayed straddles. Or
Unless you want to be a rule breaker.
Yeah.
Then you can do
Well,
it
it's just
anytime you want.
it's just annoying because I have
Pocket
to go back
nines
and
for Lorraine.
do people's
But
sensors.
that's my fun, is annoying you, Dave.
I know, you love it. You love correcting me and telling me that's not the correct pot, and
No. You're always
you
right,
keep
David.
me on keep me on.
$7 bet from Lorraine. Seb is going to make the call here with pocket 6s.
I would never give Dave a hard time. He's my buddy.
This looks like Skender... Saying Peter folded pocket queens. That can't be right.
Range 30. It's already been.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit of an issue here with the tablet. We're going to have to try to go back and try to fix some of the action here. Because there's no way in hell Peter is folding pocket queens pre-flop. Going to 3-bet to $30. Lorraine is going to make the call here with the pocket 9s. Oh, here we go.
No. Just didn't cash out?
I normally don't cash out.
Oh, really? Just bring them home with you cash out?
This is the one thing about mistakes. You got to track everything on the tablet, and everything has to be correct. Otherwise, it will screw up everything.
Well, it's just as well.
Otherwise, people would be folded out of hands that they should have been in. The pot's being awarded to people, and it'll screw up everything. So usually I have to go back and just take the time, pause it for a second, fix everything. And this is the first time it's happened all night, but it does happen.
Oh, I didn't realize. I cashed out 3,500 a couple of times, and they've never.
Here we go. Definitely not a great flop for pocket queens. Definitely a very draw-heavy board. But the good part is that Peter does have 2 queens, which does block a lot of the straight draws. But it does get checked around. Looks like Lorraine and Seb are going to get to see a free card, as well as Skender.
So you wouldn't call too. You wouldn't call too.
Peter's going to fire out $25.
You have jacks, like, it's, I mean, he can have
Last
9s,
hand.
10s.
Who cares about 4?
So when they ask you for ID, they don't take, like, they don't make you sign anything.
Like Seb is going to make the call here. He's going to chase that 6 on the river.
You could have done. I mean, he mucked his hand.
Does not get it.
No, sometimes.
Peter's going to check it over to Seb. Let's see if Seb is going to try to bluff at it. He's going to check behind. He might think that he does have some showdown value with the 6s. Peter's going to pick it up with the queens. $180 pot going towards Peter now. Everybody's sitting around the $700 to $500 mark for the top 4 players. Everyone else is hovering around $3. We do have one very short stacked at the table.
It was good. Why we lost 2 good players? No, we lost the player. I thought we were going to lose.
That player with a lot of
Lighter dark.
Yeah.
I like the dark
It was a good table.
I know. We make it a good table. It was fun.
Here we go, moving into hand number 62.
I wanted to break the rule, but I did not break the rule.
Call. Fold.
All in. Colby's going to shove all in here with the ace 4, his last $39. Colby, unfortunately, has just been not his night at all. Has been quite card dead. Skender running into Skender's ace queen suited here with
Folding
hearts.
in the dark. This is folding in the dark.
Tony saying that he's folding in the dark. Not sure I believe that one.
What's that?
I've tried to do that a couple of times, but my mind won't.
Won't let you? Oh, I've done it a few times.
Just fold.
Just
All
fold.
in situation.
Don't even look, just fold.
That is going to be it for Colby. Skender picking up that pot, a little $81 pot for joining the game here.
Colby, she's been fun playing with you, brother. Yeah. Always is.
That hand to shoot one tonight. I fold with the flop of spades. I had the same hand this time.
I don't even know what I had.
Colby,
It was 39.
Yeah.
23-minute
Show up.
There we go.
All the guys' money.
Ten,
Got to
20.
check Ivan. You know, Ivan.
Yeah, so good. Second home. Second hand in, second home.
I was trying to get more people in. Come on. Probably lost if I did.
Here we go. Look at the chip counts here. Tilla, $700. Seb is now the shortest stack at the table, $136 in his stack. But it's still early. Still anybody's game. Anybody can pull out some wins here. Just need a nice hot run of cards. See what's going to happen. See what kind of interesting pots are going to develop now that Skender has joined into this game. See Jason over on Twitch. What is up? Thank you for tuning in over on Twitch, Jason. It's been an absolute grind over there trying to get viewers. YouTube has been where everyone's been tuning in. YouTube seems to be the best thus far. YouTube viewers showing tons of sport tonight. Got a little $30 pot. King, queen, ace with 2 diamonds out on the board. Seb ends up hitting 2 pair with the nut diamond. Ace, king suited for Peter.
I've never seen you not to be scared to throw your chips in.
Everybody's getting involved.
Everybody want a piece of it, right?
2 pair for Peter too.
What did you bowl tonight?
370.
That's a good score.
Well, Rain ends up having top pair as well. $105 in the middle. Lorraine's going to fire out a $20 bet.
Oh, really?
And it looks like
I saw Brian check. I thought it was my.
Why are you taking it back? Because it didn't pass.
looks like there was an out of turn play, but it was due to somebody else doing action out of turn. Always causes a little bit of a train.
Well, 40 there. Okay. Well, it's just because the action was right here and it kind of screwed up. I'm allowing the like.
Oh no!
What is it that you want to do?
Seneca to your right.
I was gonna put
No,
like
when
30
I
cents.
was
Whatever else
in
I
flush,
was.
I didn't know
So
it was
40.
in a flush
40.
draw
Okay.
too.
Okay, it looks like Seb is going to opt for a min bet here for $40. He did throw it out of turn, but it was caused by action that somebody else did out of turn. Always tends to cause a little bit of a train. But he is going to raise it up, and Peter is just going to shove all in, so ended up kind of saving Seb a little bit of money, where he wanted to actually raise a little bit more. But Peter shoving all in, 609. Seb decides to put it in, his last $115. Got an all-in situation, ace-king versus king-queen. King-queen is in absolute rough shape. Peter is winning a $355 pot. Peter on a roll tonight. An absolute roll. Look at our VPIPs. Brian, 74%. Corey, 69%. Skender, 66%. He just joined the game. 60% for Attila. Everyone else is hovering around that 45% mark. Always fun and exciting seeing the VPIPs a little bit later in the night. Usually when you're looking at that, you do kind of want a bigger sample size for hands. But that is what we're seeing for tonight's game. We're seeing who's playing the most. Brian does have the highest VPIP at the table. And we are about to move into the next hand.
All right, got straddle in play.
Now I'm saving money. To be honest.
here. Straddle and play. Call. 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 Fold. Very exciting pot here. Bunch of limps. Corey, as what we say, we're gonna punish those damn limpers. Gonna bump it up here with pocket queens to $17. Looks like Brian is gonna make the call here with the ace 10. Gonna get called all the way around to Tony. Nobody's respecting any raises tonight. 5-way pot with a $17 bet, $88 in the middle. Definitely not a great situation for queens. It's looking like Attila has actually just flopped 2-pair with the king 2. Still only 43% to win this hand. Brian has hit a pair of 10s. Skender with a 6-4 flush draw. 65. Firing out a $65 bet. Things are about to get juicy. Seems like everybody seems to have some sort of piece on this flop. Except poor Tony. With the ace high, but you never know, he could make something happen. Attila here with the king 2 suited. Looking to see how much Skender has behind for chips.
I'm all in.
All in, Attila shoves. Wow. Crappy spot for Corey. Fortunately, I think Corey's going to have to chuck away the queens here. Tony here with the ace 4 suited. He's going to let it go. Corey quickly folding the queens. Passing it over to Lorraine to show him the fold. Skender's going to fold. Said he's felt Attila was very confident. We've seen an 8 of diamonds and jack of spades came down on turn river, so Skender actually would have missed his flush. Corey, of course, wouldn't have hit a queen there either. Looking like king 2 would have been the best hand all the way down to the river. Attila picking up a massive pot.
You guys are pissing me off, so I'm
You guys aren't letting me see flop for cheap. You're not done.
This is really good because their day is not wasted.
yeah, exactly. It's good to have goals.
It's always a good sized pot. Let's see Peter up at the top. Actually, I'll move back to the other screen. Peter up at the top, $729 for tonight. Attila up $557. Corey up $366. Tony is up 64. Can already hear the crowd cheering for Tony. Looking like the most exciting pot of the night. A limped pot, or what seems to be a limped pot. Limped straddled pot, $12.
Check.
I'll be over here sleeping. Wake me up when the hand's done.
Check.
It's looking like 2 10s down on the board.
Corey check?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Calvin with the pair of 2s. Looks like Peter ends up getting the check mark with the pair of 3s. Getting checked around, winning the massive $12 pot.
Pair of 3s. Pair of 3s, ace kicker.
Here we go. That was an exciting pot.
Should've just bet the turn.
Wow, how exciting.
Go home now.
Very, very exciting.
Yes.
I was a little bit.
Hopefully the next pot is a little bit bigger, a little bit more exciting. You know, not every pot can be a massive one. It could be if people wanted to play it, but sometimes pots just play themselves.
I could have won $10 for the $40 bet.
You're right, you could have.
No limping train this time.
Call. Call.
Looking like Brian's going to bump it up to $7 here with Jack 9 in position. Calvin and Skender from the small blind and big blind are going to defend.
Check.
2, 3, 4. Great flop for the blinds. See which one of them want to represent it. Still, that 7 doesn't improve anybody's hand. Calvin firing at $25.
No.
You just folded aces 2 times.
Calvin, the most aggressive action, is going to win that one. Calvin picks up that pot. See, Peter in the chat says, I get this feeling that you don't like limped pots, Dave. No, I don't. I don't like limped pots. I wonder why. I wonder why. Very exciting limped pot. Getting checked all the way down to the river. Yes. I should start posting those onto Reddit. Just if Reddit would have a field day with that, I think. You know, hey, we just played this pot on the stream. The Redditors would be so mad, and they would downvote it just for the fact of like, I can't believe you wasted my time. It would be funny. It'd be a fun troll. Fun troll for AOP.
Call. $5. Call. Call. Call.
36. Don't be an asshole.
36.
Can't you just be friendly? Friendly.
What do you think we're playing? Poker or something?
Friendly.
Just
getting
rid of the riffraff. That's my man. That's my man. That's $5 stealing my.
Here we go. Attila with the pocket jacks. Gonna 3-bet here to 36, putting some pressure on these players that aren't respecting any of these bets. Now Skender here with the king 9. He's just gonna let it go in the small blind. Looks like they want to see a flop. Looks like Attila would have ended up hitting a jack. Skender actually would have hit a king, but there was 3 diamonds out on the board. That would have been a very interesting flop, believe it or not. Skender and Attila, I think, would have been battling over that pot.
It just takes a little extra time.
Peter says, do it. Go and troll Reddit. Oh, they would be so mad. So mad. It would be good. Next time they troll me for whatever reason, I'm going to troll them with the most exciting pot of the night, and it's just going to be a limped pot.
360, 370, and everybody folded, and this guy raised it to 17. Came around to me, and I called fucking queen, deuce.
Call.
So Lorraine is going to make the call here with ace 3.
116, stack round, obviously, the pocket aces, turn, game and ace. Whoa. Yeah. So that was another hand, and then a few hands later,
Option.
I had pocket 9.
Pocket 10s for Peter. Punishing those limpers here with the pocket 10s under the gun straddle. Although nobody has been respecting any raises tonight.
Yeah, that was everybody checked around me. Flop king, queen, 10 deuce. Everybody checked around me. So I'm like, well, nobody wants to bet. So anybody bets, I'm just gonna bet. So I was like, all right. So I shifted. Everybody folded till the 1.
Looks like Tony is going to call here with the 6-5. Lorraine called, as was Brian. Nobody respecting Peter's bet.
Four players? That's enough for me. Like, that was, yeah.
Ooh. Fairly interesting flop. Brian ended up hitting a queen high flush draw. Peter has the overpair with the 10s. See if we can get some of these players to fold here. Maybe get Tony to fold as well. Kind of increase the equity. But Tony says, no, I don't think so. I'm not folding just yet. I have a gut shot that I just hit. Has the straight from the 5 to the 9. Although, unfortunately, Peter has pocket 10s. He does have the better straight. Peter firing out a little $12 bet. Brian bumping it up to $50 here with the queen 3. Little semi-bluff with the 4-card straight. Seeing if anybody is scared of it. Tony throwing away the bottom part of that straight. Peter deciding he can't. He does have the top end of the straight. Oh, no. The card that he definitely did not want to see. The heart coming down on the river. Peter throws out a $50 bet. Brian shoving all in. Looking like Brian had $102 in his stack.
It's 100, 102.
So let's look at $52 more for Peter to call. I can't see how Peter can just let this go for $50. There's 350 in there in the middle.
Alright, I'm just running.
I can have 6-4 too.
You didn't miss much.
Making sure we go.
Yeah, but you won't go all in.
You're still in the hand.
There's no
Yes.
Yes.
I had the flush draw.
Yeah, Peter does have to make the call here. Fortunately, he's going to get the bad news with the flush. Too big of a pot to fold, especially after putting in that $50. You essentially committed yourself to that pot. So, I mean, it was a good call from Peter, just an unlucky river. Look at our pre-flop betting here. Brian, 30%. Everyone else sitting around 22%. 15 for Peter, 15 to 9 all the way down the list for some of the shorter stacks.
Yeah, no, you have to call. Once you put the back deal, you have to pay him off. You're not gonna call. If you checked it to him and it was 102, then you could, even then it's still a call.
But I'm glad everybody can join us in the chat tonight. If you guys are over on YouTube, do me a solid, hit that like button. It does help push the stream out to more like-minded poker individuals.
All right, active already.
And you're blocking the
Much appreciated. Takes a second to do. See, we got 16 likes over there, so thank you guys for that. Ace King suited for Brian. Gonna fire out $21 in a straddled pot.
Maybe an after next time.
Reasonable.
First day playing poker.
A lot of the players are saying that was too much, too big of a bet. Not big enough of a bet for Tony, though. He's gonna make the call with the King Jack.
$5 in the pot.
Yeah, well, I know. I 100% believe you. I know you can't see squads.
You got my money. Now I gotta go. I need to get rid of it.
Check in the smoke.
Here we go. We got a check in the smoke from Tony.
I can't give him the power. Three players. I really don't want to give
There's
him
the queen for Corey. Corey does have the best hand here after this flop. He's going to check it over to the person who was betting it, which is Brian with the ace king.
Looks like 27.
A $27 bet.
Feeling good, Lori?
Corey with queen jack.
That's a good way to find the keeper.
Was the under the gun straddle.
Right? That's a good way
Corey
to
is going to call. He does want to see another turn card. Another card. Let's see what happens. A 5 of hearts. Doesn't really change anything with the hands. Corey still with the best hand with the top pair. Jack kicker with the queen. Gonna check it over to Brian.
It's like 67.
$67 bet from Brian. Brian looks like he may be 3-barrel bluffing this pot. It's certainly going to put Corey in a tough spot. Might think that he has some sort of overpair. $187 in the middle with that bet. 67 for Corey to call. Corey is going to call.
Yeah, that's 8. Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
The 8 of spades coming down on the river. Corey with the check mark in his hand. Is he going to check it over to Brian? Brian might throw a last attempt bluff at it. $254 in the middle.
100.
Corey firing out $100. Brian decides to let it go. Big pot for Corey. Now third chip stack at the table with $618. Attila's the biggest stack, $858. I hope everybody is doing fantastic tonight. I know I am doing fantastic. It's been a fun stream. We've had a lot of people jumping in. We've had some new donations coming in too, as well as from Sloppy, as well as Ben, Brady, and Curtis. So big thank you to those four for making AOP history. That just got set up for this stream, so I'm shocked that you guys even noticed it because I didn't even mention anything. So big shout out to you guys. Lucas is saying Corey is playing good. Yeah, Corey, it looks like he is up some money tonight, $498 according to the stats up at the top. It's like we're starting the train of a limped pot, but Skender said, I don't think so, bumps it up to $10. Attila makes the call here with the pocket fives.
Okay, just everybody else is in.
Finally.
Everybody's getting in though. That $10 bet is not going to get respected at this table. $61 in the middle.
Check.
Ooh, that's a good card for Attila. He actually smashed his 5 on the turn, giving him a boat. 5s over 2s. Definitely with the best hand here, 94%. Corey does have the queen 10. He is looking for a 10 and a 10 only to win this pot. Everyone else is drawing dead. Ooh, not a very good card for Corey to see, having top 2 pair now. But Attila, again, having that boat 5s over 2s. Corey's going to start the aggression, throwing out a $13 bet, or Lorraine gets out of the way. Attila doing some humming and hawing. A little Hollywooding with his boat. $75. Corey definitely in for a weird decision. Maybe wondering is Attila playing the ham sandwich here? It's possible. Could have the 3-2. Good old ham sandwich. 2 2s coming out on the board. People are just wondering if they're playing it just for shits and giggles. Corey is going to make the call here. Attila going to be picking up that pot. Showing the boat. 5s over 2s. Big pot. $241. Headed over to Attila's way. See, everybody is giving Corey some hearts in the chat. We got Lorraine saying the Oscar goes to Attila. Doing a little bit of Hollywooding there. Peter saying, what a horrid spot for Corey. Definitely hitting the top 2 pair there with the queen 10. Yeah, that's unfortunately that queen was definitely not a good card for Corey to see at all.
Perfect. True.
You got a 10?
Queen 10. Hold.
Call. $2? Yep. Call. Fold. 7.
It's looking like we got ourselves another little limped pot, but then Brian just kind of bumps it up to $7. course, that's not going to scare anybody away. Do a little pot builder, $35 in the middle. At least it's not a limped pot.
5 players.
Queen, Jack, Jack. Brian
Check.
spiking
Check.
the top pair here.
Check.
Nobody has a jack. Ooh, that heart on the turn though. Corey does have the nut heart in his hand, the ace of hearts.
Bet is 10.
He's gonna fire out a $10 bet. Always a little bit dicey though with a paired board, but it is a very draw heavy board. Could be a lot of open-ended out there.
Call.
10 nines, you know, king tens.
Fold.
But Brian is going to make the call. He is going to continue here. Corey looking for a heart. Does not get it. But he does have ace high. 2 pair on the board. 2 jacks and 2 fours. With the ace high. And he is going to fire out $18. Brian is going to make the call here with the queen. Going to show the queen 7. Brian is going to pick up that pot from Corey.
Buttons on you.
Ryan, I can get some what's.
Trying to decide you want white side or dark side. Neutral.
Got 16 viewers over on YouTube. We got a couple more joining us over on Facebook. What is up, everybody? Thank you guys for joining us in the chat. Always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to speak with all of you guys in the chat. All the viewers watching. I know there's a couple home games and stuff that are checking out the stream right now while they're playing some of their local games. So big shout out to you guys and good luck to everybody.
Okay. Straddle and play. Is that a...
I didn't look.
Okay, 6.
Skender is going to bump it up to $6 blind. Little blind bet, but he runs into Attila here with the ace king, who is just going to call with the $6 blind bet. Looks like, I'm surprised that actually everybody was folding to that, considering all the hands that they've been playing previously. But we do still have 5 players headed to this flop. $30 in the middle. Lorraine flopping 2 pair with the 10-5.
That is 11.
An $11 bet.
Call.
Brian is going to make the call here with the queen 3 suited, looking for some backdoor hearts or cards that could improve his hand to make some straights.
Call.
Chasing some backdoors. Attila is just going to call as well. Still 4 players in this pot. $74 that is in the middle. Jack is a little bit of a scary card. Nobody has a jack. But Lorraine still with the best hand here with the 2 pair. 10-5. Going to fire out a $31 bet. Everybody's going to fold. Looking like Lorraine's going to pick up that nice pot. Seeing that a jack would have came down on the river, pairing the board. Lorraine, $236 in her stack after picking up that pot.
Well, she has a cushion.
I have a cushion.
Yeah.
I have a cushion. I have a lift. But it's still now.
See, we got 2 viewers over on Twitch. Big shout out to everybody over on Twitch. I'm just gonna say hey in the chat.
This is going to be a little summer project.
Twitch has been a tough platform to build a following on. It's very hard to rank over there.
I know you did.
YouTube, where we're a little more established. YouTube just seems better.
Like that.
I don't know why. YouTube just seems a lot better when it comes to streaming over than Twitch.
Right. That's not something I run into very often.
Ah, it's Jason. Jason is over there. Welcome, Jason. Hey, love watching. Glad you can tune in over on Twitch, man. Thank you for the support.
Like they cut a card.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I see.
Right.
It's always tough. It's always tough starting a new social media over on a new platform.
That is 12. Call.
Brian gonna bump it up to $12 here in the small blind with pocket nines. Calvin makes the call with ace nine in the big blind. Skender 3-betting on the under the gun straddle. Ends up running into ace king offsuit, 3-betting to 37. Lorraine on the button here with the ace six.
What are you doing at 2:30?
There's a change that's
That's you,
happened,
Lorraine.
and after
To
he,
me, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
fold, sorry.
they're upgrading on Wi-Fi routers.
So you have to do it after hours.
Yeah, they do it
Sorry,
after
Volume.
hours, and they need somebody to validate to make sure.
Looks
that
like
it's
we
working.
got ourselves a pot building. $113 in this pot pre-flop. Both Brian and Calvin called. There's the ace.
Four regardless.
Skender with the better ace here with the ace king.
Check.
Brian completely missed his only 9 that was left in the deck. Calvin gonna shove his stack in there. Fortunate timing though, where Skender has the ace king.
They're working. So, because if they make a change and it goes kaboom, and they don't realize it's going
Calvin shows him the ace. Skender shows him the ace king.
There's
No. And he folded 2 of my outs, so you're good. Yeah, amazing.
That is it for Calvin.
Yeah, see you, Calvin.
This game seems to be winding down a little bit. Let's look at our aggression frequency. Brian, 43% at the top one. Skender just joining the game here earlier, 40%. Attila, 38%. Tony, 37%. The aggression, there has been some aggression at the tables. There has been some aggression, as we can see with that aggression frequency.
He's leaving. He's leaving at 11, so I'm leaving.
Yeah, but we're 6.
But it looks like these guys are talking about winding the game down a little bit.
Like when he leaves.
They are still 6-handed, or 7-handed, 2, 4, 6, 7. They still have 7 players at the table. I personally love a short-handed game. I will play short-handed any chance that I get. I love it. Other people, not so much. I don't know why people prefer the full tables. I prefer the 6-handed tables. Corey gonna bump it up here with ace queen. I feel like the 6-handed tables, you could widen your range a little bit. It's I don't know. It's just a little more fun. A little more fun that way.
Okay, Corey first. Bet at 7. Fold.
Wow, it was a really good game. Look at
Four
the
of us
stats.
now.
Look at the stats.
Corey picking up that little pot.
But did you see?
No, I haven't seen them.
No, the
Penalties?
Tillo with the biggest chip stack at the table, $980. He's up $701 for Attila. Wow. Definitely a good night for Attila thus far. You see that Peter, it looks like Peter is up $557. 2 players that have been doing very well tonight. Corey's still up $375, it looks like. Doing very, very well so far at this cash game.
every year.
But they're such a sore losers.
I know.
Pocket 6s for
But
Peter.
now they barely play with stars no more, right?
Call.
Yeah.
Call.
Gonna decide to limp in here with the pocket 6s.
I check.
Check.
We got the biggest pot of the night, ladies and gentlemen, happening right now. Tuning in. Oh, I thought it was going to be a limped pot. It was $4, but it looks like Attila
Call.
gets jacks again in the big blind. Decides to bump it up to 11. Everybody seems to call, which is so strange.
Skender first.
Skender ends up hitting the mid pair here with the 10-7.
21.
Lucas in the chat saying ranges widen a lot with a short table. Absolutely. I find players don't really adjust properly on 6-handed tables. Or even just short-handed tables. People still play the same thing and the blinds just come around even faster. And, you know, it's just a little, I don't know.
Check.
I wish people loved 6-handed more often. Skender firing out a $42 bet, around a half pot. Half the pot. Skender gonna go for a raise, bumping it up to 100, putting Attila in a tough spot. There is an overpair there with the queen on the board.
Call.
An overcard, I should say, with the jacks. But Attila's not scared. He's going to call. A non-believer from Skender. Skender, $324 in his stack.
Check.
He is going to check.
Check. Check.
Attila is going to check as well. Definitely a little bit worried about that queen.
Check.
Skender just gave up.
What? I had a feeling you have like
$286 headed Attila's way. I'm not sure what's been going on with those graphics. Very, very strange. I'm going to have to do some testing, try to figure out what's going on with that. Because I'm pretty sure it's not happening. It's something to do with my render out at the end of the video.
If you have
See, Lucas says, yeah, the range is widened a lot with the short-handed table. Indeed, indeed. Lorraine says, I like to play at least 5. 5 to play, prefer 6. Lucas says, 8-handed is perfect medium. I don't like anything less than 4. See, I love heads up. Heads up is fun.
Bet is 8.
Maybe I should do a heads up tournament sometime. Do a big heads up tournament. That'd be interesting.
Call. Call.
Would be tough to do on this table, but
Hold. Hold.
I'd probably only have to do like the semifinals or something like that. Of people would get filmed.
Check. 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 Check.
I don't know. Maybe I'll think about that. I kind of want to play heads up. I want to do heads up tournament. I'll think about it. It probably won't happen anytime soon, but we'll do give it some consideration.
Hold. And heads up. Right first.
Corey with the ace-2, end up hitting 2 pair on the river here. Going for some value, firing out a $21 bet to Skender. Skender unfortunately has absolutely nothing but a pair of 4s. Giving Corey the respect.
I had a 4. So I actually, yeah.
Slightly terrifying, but
Yeah, this is
Rattle and play.
Peter says that heads up is awesome. Yeah, it would be an interesting concept. Yeah, I can't remember the last filmed heads up thing that they did. I think it was between like I remember watching like Tom DeWan and like Phil Hellmuth go at it in a heads up match. Yeah, it's been a while. That would be interesting. Do a maritime heads up match. Like, man, that would be sweet.
Rattle and play.
I mean, we could if we had a little bit of a collaboration between locations. Yeah, it would be kind of interesting to kind of set it up.
15. Right, 15. Hold. Hold.
Looking like Attila's going to bump it up to 15 here with the 10-9 suited. Skender is going to... Corey's going to make the call with pocket 3s. Brian's going to make the call as well with Jack 8 off. Skender, I imagine, is going to come along with the pocket 5s. $64 in the middle. Corey and Skender looking to spike a set here. Oh, look at that. Skender ends up spiking his 5. Definitely a little club draw out there. A little bit scary. Club on the turn is a little bit scary.
Check. That is 27.
Brian's going to fire a $27 bet.
Call.
Skender's going to call.
Hold. Hold.
$33 bet from Brian.
Call.
Skender looks a little bit worried. He's going to call here with the set. Brian had the 2 pair with the Jack 8. Probably wouldn't have been able to extract too much value. Maybe a raise. Maybe a raise there would have been able to get it. It would have been a tough spot, I think, to bump it up. Although I do kind of like a raise there, believe it or not. I mean, you're only going to get re-raised by something that's better than you, so I don't know. Maybe like a min re-raise or something, repop it. It's a little bit of a dangerous play. Calling is definitely the safer play there. Either way, it's a nice size spot for Skender. Skender just joining the game, and a little while ago, we're on hand number 78. Tilla with the 7-2 suited is going to limp in.
Check. Freeze. 6 players.
Flop a full house on us. Yeah, there you go.
Ooh, King 5.
Check.
King. This is very interesting. Lorraine ends up hitting trip kings. It's only a massive $12 pot. This is the problem with not raising pre-flop. But now you just flopped a monster. But now you're probably not going to get any value from anybody.
Just like 1 second.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I don't know, I just heard it wrong.
You got full house, Chilla? $5. We have full house.
Looking like a little $5 bet here from Lorraine. Everybody's just going to fold. I think everybody just believes Lorraine here that she has a king. Except Brian, he has the ace high. Brian says he thinks she's bluffing. I don't know. Brian got a decision here with the ace high. He's gonna call.
I did flop the full house. Close, and then 5 comes in. Oh my god.
Blessing of the white.
Lorraine picking up that pot. Lit our VPIPs. Brian 76%, Skender 72%, 70% for Corey, up to 55 for Tony. Peter, I just missed that. Peter 33%. The VPIPs. Pretty typical VPIPs, I think, for a live poker game. I do find that live is definitely higher. Right? You're not seeing as many hands as you would see online, so that's something to kind of take into consideration when you're looking at those numbers.
Nice handle, right?
But yeah, they're just estimates anyway.
Actions to Skenders. Straddle and play.
Yeah, of course, with the second last hand of the night.
Call.
Trying to catch something.
Looking like they may only be playing a few more hands here.
Fold. Fold.
Everybody loves a limped pot except me, right? Except me. I don't like limp pots. Everybody likes limp pots except me. Things are starting to wind down here. Lorraine flopping trips yet again. Just going to check it all the way around. Lorraine finally going for a bet.
That's 10. Call. Fold. 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 Heads up.
That 10 is going to give Brian a little bit of showdown value. Lorraine firing out a $15 bet again, and Brian is going to end up calling again. Just like, sorry, Brian. Lorraine just has it every time. Oh, shoot. Just knocked something over on my desk. I'm trying to fix this camera a little late in the night. But Brian, non-believer of Lorraine, I think he's going to start believing her now. It's the second time he's called Lorraine's bet, and she's just had it on the river. Very unfortunate for Brian, but he'll become a believer. He will certainly become a believer.
Losing 2 players.
Got hand number 80. Skender here with the 8-3 off under the gun.
Jones to Skender.
Tony, you don't play 600? Looks like the perfect 600-700 is not
Raise to 5.
I'm tired.
Call. Raise to 11.
Go home and tease my wife.
Call.
Wake her up.
Like we got
Just to
Corey
I love you, honey.
and Brian getting at it here with pocket sevens versus ace king. Corey seven still the best hand here because he just flopped a set.
Best 12.
Gonna try to extract some value from Brian. Firing out a little $12 bet. Brian snap calls him here with the ace king.
First.
Brian out of position to Corey here. He's gonna check it over to the man on the button.
25.
Firing out a $25 bet.
Call.
Brian's gonna call again. Fortunately, he is drawing dead. There's a boat for Corey. Corey looking to see how much he can bet here to try to extract some value.
65.
$65 bet. Brian snap folds. $166 pot headed towards Corey's direction here with that set of sevens. Look at our chip counts. Attila 1.1K in his stack. Peter 663. Tony 570. 554 for Corey.
I'd rather not. It's not worth it for me. It's too. But you gotta think that even play for another hour. It's like double what I have to do on the other end. So it's legal now. Huh? Oh shoot!
I know, it's
Yeah.
it's
Here we go.
Like, oh yeah, yeah, you're good. Yeah, I'm good. Yep. Call. Fold.
Here we go. Limped pot. Tony decides to limp in here with the king queen.
Call.
It's the last. Winding down here to the last couple pots at the end of the night. Is somebody gonna get stacked? That's what I want to know. I don't think we've ever seen somebody get stacked at the stream. Right at the last hand of the night. Never a good feeling for the person who gets stacked, but it is what it is. That is poker, ladies and gentlemen. No limit Holdem, putting players to the test for all of their chips.
Call.
Like Brian is going to make the call here with the 10-9. He's open-ended. Tony has hit the queen. $40 in the middle.
Brian first. Check.
6 does not improve anybody's hand here, but Tony giving him a little more equity with only one more card to come. Tony's got the check mark here. Brian has missed his draw. $90 in the middle. Attila, the big winner here tonight, 1.1K.
No, I mean, I don't. If you want, it's up to you.
I don't like the fact that I'm breaking the table, but I am tired.
No, it's
No, don't worry about it, Tony. Don't worry about it.
All right. This is the last hand of the night. Is somebody going to get stacked? Let's see it.
Or sorry, took, yeah.
What?
$10. Call. Call. Alright, 4 players. Tenders first. Check. Check.
Looking like Attila has hit open-ended here. Brian has hit top pair here with the king jack.
That is 20.
Firing out a $20 bet.
Oh, I put way too many whites on the table. Call.
Attila is going to call. Going after his open-ended. We are now heads up in this pot. 3 of spades comes down on the turn. Brian putting his last dollars in the middle, $31 here for the last hand of the night. Is Attila going to call him? There's $111 in the middle. He's looking for an ace or 9. Are we going to see somebody get stacked here right at the end of the night? Attila is going to make the call here. He does miss, though. Brian does have the check mark.
It's kind of funny like that.
Brian picking up a $142 pot.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
shove it.
it's just shove it, yeah.
Then I looked at my cards now.
And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Our big winner of the night, Attila, 1.1K. Peter at 663. Tony, 618. Corey at 529. Guys, thank you so much for watching for tonight's cash game. I really appreciate it. We've been streaming for 4 hours or over 4 hours. So big shout out to Curtis, Brady, Ben, and Sloppy for the donations tonight. You guys have officially made AOP history, being the first donators to the stream. So big thank you guys to that. I didn't even mention it. As I said, I didn't even mention that it was even available on there. So big shout out to that. Guys, thank you again. And we will see you all at the next stream. I am your host and commentator, Dave Frazier, signing out.